Good evening, members, officers and members of the public. Welcome to the Tendring District Council Planning Committee, 28th of September 2023. You might see me look over there. I'm looking at the officers at the door there just to check that our live streaming is going out and that this meeting is being recorded, and they have given me the thumbs up that we're okay. We are now live online on YouTube. And the link to the live stream can be found on the Council's website, www.tendringdc.gov.uk, live meetings. And for the purpose of the recording, I will introduce everyone. I'm Councillor Maria Fowler. I am the Chairman of the Planning Committee, and I will introduce members of the committee separately. Councillor Maurice Alexander. Councillor Richard Everett.
Good evening, Chair.
Councillor Peter Harris.
Good evening, Chairman.
Councillor Geeta Sudra.
Good evening, Chairman.
Councillor John White.
Good evening, Chairman.
Councillor Anne Wiggins.
Good evening, Chairman.
Thank you, members. The Council officers assisting us this evening are from Committee Services, Bethany Jones, Ian Ford, Emma Howard, and from Planning Services, John Pateman G, Planning Manager, Michael Pingram, Planning Officer, and Alison Newland, Planning Officer, Mr Gary Guyver, Director of Planning, and Mrs Joanne Fisher, the Planning Solicitor. Changes to the agenda running order, there are none. Each application will be presented by the officer, followed by public speaking, in the order of the applicant or agent. Any members of the public who have already asked to speak for or against the application then will be followed by a speaker from the town or parish council, and finally the ward councillor. Members of the committee will then have a chance to question the officer. Once all the questions are answered, the committee will then turn to debate. When all points are discussed, finally, I shall ask if we have a resolution and call for a proposer and a seconder, and we shall then vote in accordance with the normal rules. Item 1 on the agenda, apologies for absence and substitutions. Mr Ford, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I can report apologies for absence this evening from Councillors Placey and Bray, and neither of those councillors has been substituted. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Mr Ford. Item 2, the minutes of the last meeting, which were held on the 31st of August 2023. I haven't received anything from anybody. Are we accepting those minutes? Proposed by Councillor Harris, seconded Councillor Alexander. Might we have a show of hands for that, please? So we're all in favour of accepting those minutes. Thank you. Item 3, declarations of interest. Are there any? Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Chairman. Firstly, my apologies, I do have a bit of a sore throat this evening, so it may limit the amount of speaking I can do, and I will do my very best. But anyway, I am the ward councillor for Wheeley and Tendring, and two of the items on tonight's agenda item number 6, 22/00979 and the agenda item number 7, 22/01332 full. As I said, I am the ward councillor for both of those, and I called both of those items into the planning committee. I must underline that I called those in at the specific request of Wheeley Parish Council, and the material reasons that were contained in my letter were these material reasons that were given to me by Wheeley Parish Council. I'd also like to state as well that excuse me, that back in 2019, 3 months after I first became a councillor, on August the 12th, which was my birthday, I will never forget that day, I spoke at this very town hall against the application for 280 houses, and that was item number 19 stroke 00524 stroke outline. Subsequently, permission was granted that evening, and since then, you know, I have seen firsthand the work that has been carried out on the archaeological dig, the results from that. I have seen the work, or I've read about the work that is being carried out with the railway company with regards to the design of the bridge, and I understand that it's changed colour and also that it's no longer going to be lit. I am given reassurance, therefore, that substantial improvements have been made. I am therefore stating tonight that I am not predetermined with this or these applications this evening, and I will therefore take a pragmatic, unbiased approach to these applications this evening, and will remain with my seat on the Planning Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Are there any other declarations of interest? Item 4, questions on notice pursuant to Council Procedure Rule 38. Mr. Ford, are there any?
None received, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Item 5 is application A1, planning application 23/00929 Honeycroft and 2 Waldegrave Way, Lawford, and presenting this application this evening's planning officer, Michael Pingram. Over to you, Michael.
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening, everybody. So this application seeks planning permission for the erection of 13 bungalows that will be used as sheltered housing for persons 55 years and older. This is following the demolition of the previous sheltered housing building in this location, which previously served 22 sheltered housing flats. In addition, the proposal includes for a community facility building even, measuring 73 square metres, which is located to the northwestern corner of the site. So the site is located to the west of Honeycroft and to the east of number 2 Waldegrave Way within the parish of Lawford. The site is currently open and laid to grass following the demolition of the previous building as referred to. The character of the area, if we look on this sort of Google image here, you can see it's heavily urbanised, predominantly through residential properties, including the 8 sheltered housing properties sited adjacent to the south. To the east of the site is the Honeycroft convenience store / post office. Approximately 250 metres to the north is the Manningtree High School, and the Manningtree Town Centre is sited approximately 1 kilometre to the northeast. So I'm just going to run through some photos of the site just to start with. So this site is a photo facing southwest towards the front of the site. The site just being there. This is a site facing east into the site, and in the distance you can see the post office / convenience store. This is a photograph from Waldegrave Way looking at the access just here, with number 2 just to the right of the screen. This is a further site photo looking southwest into the site. And this is a photograph facing from Nichols Close, which is to the east. So here you can see the site layout plan. You can see that there's 5 bungalows located to the northern part of the site, adjacent to Waldegrave Way. 3 located to the sort of northeastern corner of the site, facing onto Nichols Close, and the remaining 5 are located more centrally in the site, where my cursor is currently. The community building is sited to the north-western corner, adjacent to Waldegrave Way, just up here. So in terms of the principal development, the site falls within the settlement development boundary for Lawford within the adopted plan, and the NPPG specifically seeks to provide specialist housing for older people. The location is adjacent to a post office and convenience store and is also within good walking distance to other local services and facilities. As such, officers consider that the principal development in this location is acceptable. While the proposal seeks permission for a total of 13 bungalows, the applicant has confirmed that all properties are to be owned and maintained by the council and will all specifically be for persons 55 years or older. Therefore, none of the proposed bungalows will be market dwellings and no affordable housing provision is required to be secured on this occasion. So I'm just going to run through a few slides just to show you the design. So this is plots 1 to 5, the ones fronting onto Waldegrave Way. You can see the 5 terrace properties here. And the next slide just shows the roof plan and also the floor layout plan. This one's plots 6 to 8, fronting onto Nichols Close. And these are plots 9 to 11. And finally, plots 12 and 13 just here. So you can see there's a bit of a mixture in the sort of design types. And then finally, that's the community building. So the proposed design overall sees 3 different design types, not counting for the community building, and this helps to add variety to the scheme. The character of the area sees a mixture of single and 2-storey properties, although notably the nearest properties are predominantly single-storey. Therefore, the single-storey scale of the properties proposed is in keeping with the character of the area. The dwellings are considered to be of a good design and include features such as front gables and good use of materials which help to just break up the overall bulk of the development. Officers consider the design will result in a visual enhancement to the character of the area and would also be an enhancement to the previous building on site that has now been demolished. While the community building is of a differing design to the residential properties, it will still be seen acceptably within the same context. It will continue to provide an active street frontage to Waldegrave Way and again includes features such as 2 front gables and good material use, which again helps break up the bulk and provides interest. There are neighbouring properties located to all sides of the development, sited along Waldegrave Way and Nichols Close, as well as to the southeastern corner of the site. However, given that the properties are all single-storey and there's good separation distance from any neighbouring plots, whilst that sort of reduces the impact, and it's also noted that the previous building on site was of a much sort of larger and domineering size. So given all of that, there's not considered to be significant harm to existing amenities. Essex Highways have been consulted on the application and they've confirmed they raised no objections to the proposal. The proposal would generate an overall need for 20 parking spaces. While we do acknowledge that there is a slight shortfall at 16 spaces, it's equally acknowledged, given the sort of nature of the proposed development, it's also within a sustainable location in good walking distance to key facilities. On balance, that harm of being slightly under is not considered harmful enough for officers to recommend a reason for refusal. ECC Place Services Ecology have been consulted on the application and they have confirmed they're satisfied there is sufficient ecological information available in order for them to provide a recommendation, and they offer no objections subject to conditions which are included within the recommendation. Members will see before them on the update sheet there's been 2 updates that I'll just briefly run over, but firstly a letter has been received from Councillor Carlo Guglielmi on behalf of himself, Councillor Terry Barrett and also Lawford Parish Council, and they're in support of the application. Secondly, since the agenda was published, the unilateral undertaking to secure a financial contribution towards RAMS has now been completed. So in conclusion, as I said before, the site falls within the settlement boundary and the MPPG seeks to provide specialist housing for older persons. So therefore the principle of development is considered acceptable. The design scale and layout of the proposal is supported by officers, and we also do not consider there will be significant harm to neighbouring amenities. Despite there being the shortfall in parking provision, this is not considered harmful enough to justify a refusal recommendation, and Essex Highways raised no objections. In addition, there's not considered to be significant harm to existing trees, and ECC Ecology support the proposal. Overall, therefore, the application is considered to be compliant with policies and is recommended for approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. Speakers, we have the agent or applicant, Mr. Chris Ragg, if he's here. Mr. Ragg, you have 3 minutes, sir.
Good evening. I'm Chris Ragg from Arcadia Architects, and I'm here in support of this residential development tailored specifically for people of 55 years and older. The key elements of the design brief are to create suitable and adaptable residential living, communal gardens, and a community facility. The build should demonstrate modern methods of construction, include energy-efficient technology, and can be compliant with the accessible requirements of Building Regs M42. The development is designed with community in mind. Each of the dwellings has its own private amenity, but low-level fences and communal gardens seek to embrace friendship and neighbours being able to care for each other. Modern methods of constructions are to be promoted and celebrated. To this extent, preformed SIP walls and roof trusses and pre-primed render panels ensure less on-site waste, less on-site wet trade, less construction traffic, and less time spent on site, all combined to reduce the amount of carbon when compared to a traditional build. Each unit has been designed to have open plan living and to embrace an accessible environment. Level thresholds, wet rooms, wide corridors and doorways all help to ensure a living arrangement to suit a range of people. The scheme includes a community facility that is designed to be flexible in use, whether it be support groups, a medical drop-in centre or social gatherings. It's aimed at making life easier for the residents and to bring people together. We attended a public consultation event with the neighbouring residents to discuss the plans at an early stage. Thankfully we did, as we were able to include their thoughts into the design whilst tailoring the gardens and parking areas to suit the residents' way of life. As design includes modern methods and technology, it became obvious that a modern design appearance should be explored. To this extent, built form replicates that of the surrounding architecture, albeit with a modern twist. The use of render places emphasis on the cedar cladding, all perfect for pre-formed construction. Glazing is located to capture solar gain, however we recognise the need to avoid overheating, and as such louvers create pockets of shade. Tech such as air source heat pumps, solar panels and high performance insulation will ensure the residents benefit from cheaper, environmentally friendly energy sources. Today it's been a pleasure working on this project, and your approval today will see this project come into fruition. Many thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Ragg. And the next speaker is the portfolio holder for Housing and Planning, Councillor Andy Baker. Councillor Baker, you have 5 minutes.
Chairman, I won't take up that much of your time. Chairman, members, officers, I speak as the portfolio holder not only for both planning and housing, but on a personal level as a former resident of Lawford who lived a stone's throw from the site. I remember the time in November 2017 when the last few remaining residents had to move out because of the health risks to them if they stayed. Some years later, the building was demolished, and so here we are, nearly 6 years later, better late than never, with a planning application for a reuse of a brownfield site to provide 13 bungalows and a communal area for the residents and also other local people to come together as they used to. You visited the site this morning. You've listened to and viewed the officer's presentation, and I hope, like me, you're able to visualise the site when it is finished, after you have given permission, of course. You have heard the comments from councillors Guglielmi and Barrett, and Lawford Parish Council will read them, and their wish is that it will be accommodation for local people, possibly freeing up larger council houses locally, those people downsizing, and I fully endorse those comments made by those councillors. This site will be built out by the council's partner, the well-known and respected local company Rose Builders. This will be built by local people, for local people, to a high standard, as you've been shown in the layouts and details. If you approve this scheme, and I hope that you do, it will become a showpiece site, not only for other potential shelter schemes in tendering possibly, but to other councils across Essex and beyond. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Baker. Mr Pingree, are there any points made by the speakers that you'd like to come back on?
No comments from me at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, colleagues. Questions for the officer, Councillor Harris, and then Councillor Alexander.
Thank you, Chairman. Just one question for me. How long before it's built and before the first resident will move in?
Sorry, I don't have the answer to that, I'm afraid.
Well, as Councillor Baker said, it's taken us 6 years to get to this point. Can you please reassure us it's not going to be another 6 years before the next resident moves in? I mean, do we have any rough timescales on this?
I can only offer you the time constraint that you have as a condition, which is it's got to start within 3 years.
No further questions. Let's hope that the council pull their finger out and get it done. Thank you.
Mr Guyver.
Thank you. Speaking with my director of the authority hat on, my understanding is that subject to planning permission being granted, the intention is to start work before the end of this year.
Thank you, Mr Guyver. Thank you.
Councillor Alexander.
Thank you, Chair. As councillors, Chair, we're always waking up to new legislation and other policies that are inflicted upon us. And lo and behold, we have another one before us. It's been on the statute books for some time. I speak of BNG and the implications that it may have on this site. I'm fully aware, incidentally, that the actual statute goes onto the books on about November and finalised, I think, in January of next year. That's when it comes as statutory to us. But it's very much part of this. But also we have a side player on this with the DEFRA has now decided that they will relinquish BNG against certain applications if biodiversity is so low that it doesn't match what they consider to be their criteria. What I'd like to ask as my question first, please, is whether this new policy that's coming in, will it have an effect on this land and the surrounding area and the finished build, considering that it's a fairly tight space? And we don't know, are they looking for 10 or 20%?
Yeah, thank you for your question. I think with the biodiversity net gain that you're talking about, it's not actually in play as yet, so we're determining the application at the moment based on what's before us in terms of guidance and legislation. On this occasion, we have consulted with Essex County Place Services Ecology team, and that they've basically said they've got no objections subject to some sort of recommended conditions, and we've ensured that they're put on. So the point you're making, I think it's just not quite there yet in terms of when that actually becomes live, so to speak.
Supplementary, please, Chair. Thank you. Looking at the layout and the amount of land available, it's going to be a fairly tight build. So are you saying then that as it's laid out now and what's before us, this new policy or legislation that's coming in will have little or no effect on the actual application that we have before us? So we won't have it back in front of us because of the implication of it or the impact of what it might bring to the committee?
Yeah, so that's future legislation. Where we're at the moment is this application will be determined on the current legislation. So if any changes were to come in, that wouldn't affect this application subject to it being determined this evening. obviously, if the applicant wished to amend the scheme in any way, then that would come before you at a future date, given that the applicant is the Tendering District Council. But otherwise, future changes to legislation aren't going to impact this particular scheme that's before you.
Thank you, Chair. I realise that 3 trees are to be removed. We didn't see the trees today for some reason. I believe there's a cherry, a goat, and a cypress to be removed. And it's around this question in which I ask, because there's not room for these trees, immature, and luckily the trees, 2 of the trees are not native to this country, but are from California. So the one that is remaining has no value aesthetically to the system, so logically it can be removed for the building. This is that bothers me, but can you reassure us that no other trees at this point will be damaged? Because I found out this afternoon that this is quite an active bat line down there.
Thank you. Yeah. So I'll probably refer you to paragraph 6.29 of the agenda of the report. So the council's tree and landscape officer was consulted as part of this application. They note that the proposal does result in the removal of 3 small trees. However, to quote, it says the removal of these trees will not have an adverse impact on the amenities of the locality. So in addressing the position about these specific trees, it's considered that their loss is acceptable. We have to also weigh up that there's conditions for soft landscaping details to come forward in the event that the application is recommended for approval. So while there might be 3 trees lost, there will be an increase in soft landscaping at a later date. In terms of assurances about any harm to any other trees, the next paragraph does discuss this, and there's an arboricultural impact assessment that has been submitted as part of the application, which talks about the physical protection of those trees. So yeah, it's only those 3 trees that you've raised, they're the only ones that are going to be harmed.
Well, thank you, Chair. Having such reassurance certainly puts my mind at rest. I'm fully aware, incidentally, of what's written in the agenda, but there are people who are not aware of what's written in the agenda, and live stream and all that. So when it comes, I'm happy with this. I really am. I think we should be patting TDC on the back slightly, not too much, but just enough. But when you're ready and it's time, I'm prepared to make a proposal on this.
Thank you, Councillor Alexander. Are there any further questions from members for the officers? Councillor Sudra.
Thank you, Chair. My question is regarding the communal area. Is that just gardens, or is there going to be a part of a building?
Yep. So do you mean the community building? So that's located just to the top left corner of the screen. I don't know if you can see where my mouse is hovering at the moment. But yeah, that's a community building which could be used for a range of different sort of community uses.
So is that part of that building at the front, or? Yeah.
Yes, so you've got on the northern elevation facing onto Waldegrave Way, you've got running sort of right to left, you've got a set of 5 terraced dwellings, and then the final building on the left-hand side, so the far northwestern corner, that is the community building.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Chairman. Just going along with, or following on from Councillor Alexander, who I think is about to propose acceptance to it, I'd be very happy to second that proposal. And all I would like to say is, in my personal opinion, I think this is a well thought out, well designed, it's done with the consultation and agreement with locals, with the local parish council. It's making use of a site that's sat empty for a long time. There's clearly a local need here. To me, it just sounds like a complete no-brainer. Let's just get it built. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. So if Councillor Alexander, could you just confirm your proposal, please?
Yes, Chair. I'm more than happy to propose it as laid out in the recommendations on page 34.
And to confirm that you are seconding Councillor Harris? Yes. In which case then, I am happy to go to the vote. Councillor Alexander, for or against? Yep, for. Councillor Everett?
For.
Councillor Harris?
For.
Councillor Sudra?
For.
Councillor White?
For.
Councillor Wiggins?
For.
And I am voting for, which makes that unanimous. Thank you very much. Item 6 on the agenda, planning application 22/00979 land to the south of Thorpe Road, Wheelie, and the officer presenting this application to us this evening is Mrs. Alison Newland. Go ahead, Alison.
Thank you. So the description of development is there before you. So it's a reserved matters application for the details of appearance, landscaping, layout and scale for the development of 277 dwellings, commercial floor space, railway footbridge, attenuation basins, open space, play equipment and the associated infrastructure relating to that outline planning permission. So the outline planning permission granted access for the proposal, but all other matters were reserved. So tonight we're considering the appearance, landscaping, layout and scale. The application before you also excludes the 2 form-entry primary school and the 56 place nursery, which were part of the outline planning permission. So the application's before you because it was referred to committee because it was requested by members in granting the outline planning permission. Also, Councillor Harris has called the application in. His concerns relate to open space, surface water drainage, the design of the railway footbridge, and traffic management and vehicular access. As you can see the application site here. So the outline planning permission granted 280 dwellings. The next application on the agenda is for the remaining 3 dwellings, which are in the blue lined area here. So the outline planning permission included access but did not include you can just see the blue lined cul-de-sac of Verity Gardens there. So the 3 dwellings that are proposed in the next application gain access onto Verity Gardens, so they couldn't be considered as reserved matters. So that's had to be pulled out as a separate full planning application. But again, the 2 applications combined don't exceed the maximum of 280 dwellings granted by the outline consent. So the site benefits from outline planning permission. It's in the settlement development boundary and it's allocated for mixed use under the policy SAMU5 of the adopted local plan. So the principle of development is obviously accepted. And we're just considering the access, appearance, landscape, the appearance, landscaping, layout and scale. The site is 17.7 hectares of agricultural land. You've got the grade 2 listed Ash Farmhouse here, and its modern buildings form part of the site. They'd be demolished. You've also see reference to the existing properties in 2nd Avenue, which are down here. There's also a more recent development, St Andrew's Close, which you can see on the later plans on this area. And the access comes through Barleyfield Drive, which was an approval of 20 dwellings up here in the north. This shows you the illustrative master plan from the outline planning permission. So this was purely illustrative, access was approved, but this was not an approved plan. It was just to indicate how the site could be laid out. Condition 4 of the outline planning permission required approval of a layout and phasing plan, and that's this plan. So you can see that this very closely follows the reserved matters before you. So you've got the office development here in blue, a residential pocket here, the education site, and then the remaining residential. The darker green is the open space, and then you've got the footbridge down here at the bottom of the site. This shows you the public rights of way. So blue are the existing retained rights of way. So running down this eastern boundary, you've got the public right of way that then comes into the site here, which you would have seen on your site visit. There's a strong hedgerow along there. Then this section would be removed with a proposed diversion to link to this existing right of way that goes over the railway footbridge. So that section would be diverted over the new footbridge there. And again, it links back into the existing public right of way, which runs between 2nd Avenue and St Andrews Close. So the red is shown to be an approved diversion that's basically been consulted upon, and it's pending completion of the bridge before it can actually be formally approved, but it's reached that stage of the process, and the green would be future diversions. Here's an aerial plan. You can see the archaeological work that Councillor Harris was talking about earlier that was obviously underway when that image was taken, and you can see the newer housing in St Andrews Close in there. Here's some photographs. You've got Barleyfield Drive here, access with the 20 dwellings that were approved there. And then this is the end of the cul-de-sac, so the site continues in the field beyond, and you've got Verity Gardens cul-de-sac, which runs up here. This shows you the property at the end of Verity Gardens and the private drive here with 2 bungalows accessed, and the separate application for 3 dwellings that we're considering next is on this land here. So this is looking over the top of the site. This is from the public right of way between St Andrews Close and 2nd Avenue, and these are the properties in St Andrews Close. This is the existing public footpath over the railway line, and the railway bridge would be in this location with the open space and the swale beyond. Some more views from the public right of way that crosses the site. So as I said, the access was approved at outline. Condition 24 ensures that Barleyfield Drive is widened from 5.5 metres to 6.75 metres with 3 metre and 2 metre wide footways. It also secured right-hand turns up here on the main highway into the site and into Homestead Caravan Park and Crow Lane opposite, 2 bus stops and a pedestrian refuge island. All of those have to be provided prior to first occupation by a condition on the outline. There's also a 3.5 metre wide pedestrian and cycle access that runs between the old council site and the listed farm here, which runs directly down to the education site. And under the Section 106, in terms of highway improvements, there's a £150,000 contribution for improvements to the A133 McDonald Services roundabout and the freighting roundabout to be paid before 50% occupation. This is a closer view block plan in that top left corner of the site. So as a result of public concerns about the open space provision, a second local equipped area of play has been added here to the north of the education site. And there's also some extra amenity space provided into the office buildings. The school site here, as I said, it's not before us for detailed consideration, but the 2.1 hectares required by the 106 has been shown here within the site. There's also a 25 space parking area here. You'll see that's referred to in quite a lot of detail in the update sheet, so you can see the wording of the 106. Essex County Council, Highways and Education don't favour having parent parking. They like a completely traffic-free frontage to the school. They favoured an access through here, plot 69. But as you'll see in the report, we don't think there's grounds to raise concern at reserve matters stage. So you've got the Grade 2 listed building, Ash Farmhouse up here. The development indirectly affects the significance of the listed building by permanently changing the rural character of its wider setting from farmland to the mixed-use development. The scale, mass and siting of the office buildings has been amended to lessen the impact, and it's now considered that the significant public benefits of the development outweigh the relatively low level of less than substantial harm to the setting and significance of that listed building. This is looking to the other side of the site. So these are the 3 properties that are excluded and in the next application, but they're obviously shown for clarity. You've got bungalows all along that top corner, and permitted development rights are removed to limit any overlooking towards existing properties. All the development is provided with adequate gardens and it meets the space standards and the back-to-back privacy distances. The update sheet confirms an error that there are actually 70 residential visitor parking spaces, which is in accordance with the parking standards. And you can see here the central area of open space. You've got another local equipped area of play here and a swale. And this is where the public footpath comes through, and you've got all that existing hedgerow, which is retained with this cul-de-sac entrance here and the main spine road. So this is the boundary with the existing residents in 2nd Avenue and St Andrews Close. You've got 8 dwellings along this boundary, and 5 of them are bungalows, and the others have blank facing side elevations or small bathroom windows. And you'll see that we've removed permitted development rights from those plots again to preserve the amenities of those neighbours. This is the bottom corner of the site. So you can see the railway line and the new pedestrian footbridge. There's a condition on the outline permission to ensure that all these dwellings that are closest to the railway line will have adequate noise mitigation from the railway noise. And the existing mature trees that are in this area where the public footpath currently links down to the Kissing Gate, they're all retained, and you'll see that they're very important foraging habitat for bats. This just shows you some street scenes through the site. This property is actually plot 1 of the later application for 3 dwellings, but to show you completeness for the whole development, it's been shown here. So one of those bungalows is in the back, and then this is where the reserve matter starts. And this is a view through the top of the site here, where you've got the office buildings and then the pocket of residential development, and then the cycle footpath down to the school site. And this is the back of the old council offices. This is a view for the properties that would back onto the school site. And these are down, this is St Andrews Close, where the public right-of-way would come through. These properties face onto the main open space and the railway line at the bottom of the site. The top ones here, so this is right at the top of the site, so you can see in the background here, Verity Gardens, and these bungalows that are set in depth, the 3 at the back there. The bottom one faces onto the central area of open space, and this is the other side of the open space looking up the site. And then this is off the main spine road as you travel down the site. This shows you the detailed design of the plots. You can see a good level of detailing and a good range of materials as detailed in the report. These are all the front elevations for the properties and the garages. This is the affordable housing distribution. It ties very closely with the approved layout plan, and you can see there's a good distribution across the site. We've got the 30% affordable housing as required by the Section 106, which is 84 units. The mix is detailed at paragraph 6.14 of the report. It includes 18 apartments and 2 bungalows. So this first house design has got 2 flats in it. The rest are houses, and then this is the larger apartment block down in the central southern part of the site. And you can see that the design is tenure blind. It reflects the materials and the detailed design of the market housing. So this is the office development. As I say, that was amended following officer concerns and heritage concerns. So it's been reduced from 2,550 square metres to 1,910 because it appeared cramped and bulky. There's 63 parking spaces and more soft landscaping. And there's an additional condition on your update sheet for 5 cycle parking spaces in response to paragraph 6.75 of the report. The design is influenced by Essex barns with hipped roofs, black horizontal weatherboarding and a pan-tile roof. And you can see from the floor plans that they can be subdivided, so they're quite flexible. There's 3 different office blocks there. This is the railway footbridge. It's 7.2 metres above the level of the track, obviously to avoid the overhead wires. The long ramps are 45 to 58 metres in length. For disabled access, obviously there can't be steps on there. It's conditioned to be dark green in colour and not illuminated to try to reduce its visual impact. It has to be provided before the 25th occupation on site, and it's very similar to the bridge which was indicated at the outline planning permission stage. This is the detail of the local equipped areas of play. So you've got the one up at the top of the school site and then the central area. This is the close-up of that central area of public open space and the surface water attenuation. This is where the public footpath would come in and across the site, and you've got all the existing hedgerow there with a break here for this cul-de-sac, and then it continues along there. This is right at the bottom right-hand side of the site, the largest attenuation basin, obviously at the lowest point of the site. You've got more soft landscaping, then you've got the railway footbridge. And this is the main area of open space. So you've got, this half is the ecology area, which is specified in the section 106 for bats, reptiles and breeding birds. So that area will be managed for ecological purposes, but it's also got a shared use of public access. Additional seating was added and some hostile planting along the rear boundaries of 2nd Avenue in response to neighbouring concerns. In terms of ecology, a range of surveys were submitted at outline stage. The site was found to support a wide range of birds and slow worms and foraging bats, which were mainly concentrated at the south of the site where we've got the open space and obviously the railway line. There are also breeding barn owls at Ash Farm. There are conditions on the outline planning permission to secure mitigation. They've also done an updated survey for this report, which has been reviewed by ECC Ecology, as you'll see. They don't have any objection to the proposal. They've recommended a condition for wildlife sensitive lighting, and on review that isn't fully addressed by condition 17 on the outline planning permission, so it's recommended that condition is added as an additional condition to the recommendation to ensure that we can minimise any impact on foraging bats. In terms of the section 106 that was granted at outline, so that secured 30% affordable housing, the education site, which is 2.1 hectares of land for a 2-form primary school and a 56-place nursery, education financial contributions to primary and secondary school places and secondary school transport, a healthcare contribution to Thorpe Surgery, the on-site public open space, equipped play area and ecology land on the site, off-site contribution to Wheeley Hall Wood, site of special scientific interest for access improvements, surfacing works and signage, the RAMS contribution per dwelling, the highway works, which I discussed earlier, the off-site roundabout improvements, and the footbridge and the footpath works. So that was all been secured under the outline planning application, and it's considered that the reserved matters comply. On the update sheet, you'll see additional comments from Wheeley Parish Council, Highways and Education. Any new issues raised are addressed by the Officer comments. There's also an alteration to the plan references in the approved plans condition 1, a new condition number 17 to secure the parent parking, condition 18 to secure those extra 5 cycle spaces in the office area, and then in addition to the update sheet, a further condition 19 is recommended for the wildlife sensitive lighting as detailed within the comments from Essex County Council Ecology. So the application is recommended for approval subject to those conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Alison. Speakers. The agent, Mr. Will Vote. Mr. Vote, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Chair, for allowing me to speak in support of this reserved matters planning application. As you'll be aware, the principle of development is already established by being allocated in the local plan and the outline consent that Tendring granted in 2019, with the layout approved in September 2021. The proposal is for 193 open market and 84 affordable homes. It also provides new offices, bringing jobs to the village and the district. It provides land for a new primary school and nursery, well served by roads and footways. Around 17% of the site is green space, well in excess of the normal 10% provision. The layout accords with previous versions that the Council has already approved. The detailed drawings before you this evening reflect a wide range of factors and considerations, such as ecology, geology and archaeology. A multitude of consultants have worked together with council officers to produce a high quality design. We have also adjusted our plans following constructive comments from local residents and stakeholders, resulting in the retention of more boundary hedges and an additional play space on the northern part of the site. The drawings follow from the architectural quality of Rose Builders homes built in recent years on Barleyfield Drive and nearby in Wheelie Heath. Features include brick detailing, chimneys, bay windows, as well as street trees, green spaces and play space. The new footbridge over the railway will drastically improve public safety and avoid pressure on Network Rail to close outdated crossing points indefinitely. Rose Builders have been working for several years with Network Rail, and the proposed design meets all their requirements for rail, public and passenger safety. This is the realisation of the Council's vision for the site as set out in the local plan. The approval of the reserved matters before you this evening will help the Council to provide more houses that are badly in need across the district, relieving rental pressures and delivering 84 more affordable homes. The detailed application is a well thought out design, bringing much needed homes and jobs. The officer's report recommends the application be approved, and we respectfully ask the members to endorse that conclusion to enable us to bring this site and much needed new homes to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vogt. We have a member of the public speaking against the application, Mrs. Carol Bannister. Mrs. Bannister, if you'd like to come forward. I know you've been here before. And you have 3 minutes. Just push the button in the middle and the red light should come on.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to thank you for letting me speak this evening, and I would like to simply express, to begin with, some background to my concerns and worries, I'd say, about this application. These proposals are not in keeping with the landscape character of Wheelie and in no way supported by its established residents. When Wheelie is mentioned in this application, it's just the small village of Wheelie, not including Wheelie Heath, which back in 2014 was recorded as having a housing stock of just 490. That's all. I would say it's possibly about 520 now. Even with the minor pockets of fully residential development that have taken place here in recent years, Wheelie remains as the smallest of what are known as the 7 rural service centres. Figures confirm that for a considerable number of years it's been smaller than Thorpless Oaken, Great Bentley, Elmstead Market, Alresford, Little Clapton and St Osyth. Consequently, what is now being forced on the residents of Wheelie is both disproportionate and unfair, and therefore contrary to both Tendering's adopted local plan and to the National Planning Policy Framework. Furthermore, and amazingly, the 2019 additional sustainability appraisal that was required for the Section 1 local plan examination confirmed that the proposed percentage increase in housing stock for Wheelie at 57%, all regarding this south of Thorpe Road, was greater than that of any of the other 16 North Essex towns and villages in the survey, with their increases ranging from 42% down to 10%. Possibly you may be wondering why I'm mentioning all of this, since the outline planning permission was granted in August 2019. But as this approval was obtained in the most bizarre of circumstances, I feel justified in continuing to express my objection to what is happening. All traffic entering and exiting the development will be doing so via the narrow Barleyfield Drive as the only vehicular access, thus bringing unacceptable levels of traffic to the locality and particular harm to the residents of Barleyfield Drive and to many others as well. The traffic on nearby roads is already more or less constant. There are no breaks and gridlocked at certain times. Although there will be some widening of the Barleyfield Road, which already has vehicles parked along it at times, it will only be to the 6.75 metre minimum for a development of this size. Worryingly, there's no further progress by Anglian Water. in their attempts to eliminate the raw sewage incursions into some properties near the Willow Walk pumping station, which occur on occasion, particularly when it rains, the most recent being just a few weeks ago. Yet Anglian Water claims their solutions are based on a 1 in 30 year
Mrs.
sewage,
Bannister,
sorry.
it's over 3 minutes, so if you could wind up now, please.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Sewage incursion. I'm not suggesting that Rose Builders should be responsible for solving the issue, but they do intend applying for a connection to this pumping station for all the foul water drainage. And and what is taking place really at the present time, until the pumping station is made fit for purpose when no further incursions have taken place, I would suggest for at least the next 2 years, or possibly as many as 5, there is no further development in Wheelie. Consequently, I'm calling for a deferral at this point in time. And as it's the council...
I'm going to stop you there because that's 4 minutes. Okay.
Oh, so something
No,
went
I'm
wrong
going to
on
stop
the
you
road.
there. That's
Thank
4
you.
minutes. From the Parish Council, from Wheelie Parish Council, we have Parish Council, it's the Chairman, Councillor Christine Hamilton. Yes, sorry. And you have 3 minutes.
Am I on? Right. The Parish Council is very concerned about certain aspects of the planned development. In Ms Newland's report, she states in paragraph 1.2 that the current application seeks approval for a potential new primary school and children's nursery. Given that the inclusion of a doctor's surgery has quietly evaporated from the original plan, it's possible that the school will suffer the same fate if the Department of Education cannot or will not pay for or staff the school, thus leaving another very large space for yet more houses to be built. There is patently insufficient parking provided for staff and parents, which will cause issues with surrounding roads and driveways. Is the offer to build a school just another box-ticking exercise? The Parish Council strongly urges the committee to impose a condition whereby the school is built before, say, the 100th house is completed, because if this isn't done, what happens to the space if the school is not built? Similarly, we have had no evidence that the business units are in fact wanted or needed in the village. A site in Thorpe Road, just across the road from the proposed development site, applied for permission to build 75 business units some time ago, which was approved, but they never materialised, perhaps because there's no demand in the area. The Parish Council again strongly urges the committee to impose a condition whereby the units are also built before, say, the 100th house is completed, as again, what happens to the space if the units are not built? Although green space is shown on the plan as located towards the railway line, this land constantly floods and therefore would be unusable to residents for months of the year. Parish Council strongly feels that as the village will lose a vast area of green space which residents rely on for dog walking and a safe space in the open to support their mental health and well-being, Rose Builders should consider improving the supply of open space on the site. After all, the original plan spoke of up to 280 houses, so Rose Builders could remove some houses from the site to give the residents a much-needed green gap. It is understood that neither Anglian Water nor Affinity Water have resolved the problems of raw sewage flowing into gardens in Willow Walk, as Carol has pointed out. Perhaps you could clarify the situation, as currently the foul water from the proposed site is to be routed to this pumping station. Can you please impose a condition that this problem is fixed before construction commences on the new houses? Highways, as usual, has given the green light to a single access egress into the estate, which will be a nightmare for the residents accessing Thorpe Road daily, and the number of vehicles which will be using Thorpe Road will be unsustainable. The entire length of Thorpe Road and Colchester Road already has a constant stream of traffic in both directions, making crossing the road very dangerous, with no zebra crossings or refuges, and many vehicles ignore the 30-mile-an-hour limit. The inevitable slow-moving and idling traffic will create dangerously high levels of toxic air pollution, harmful to pedestrians and residents alike. And finally, I have to take issue with Ms Newland's claim in her report.
Councillor Hamilton, can you wind up now, please? It's gone over 3 minutes. Thank
that
you.
the proposal will result in no material harm to residential amenity or highway safety. Thank you for your time. I look forward to your discussing my points. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. I'll just ask the officer. Alison, is there anything, any points there that have been raised by speakers that you'd like to come back on?
No, thank you.
Questions from our members now to the officer, and we'll start with Councillor Alexander.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm more than aware that Councillor Harris will be speaking very much more in depth in the subject I wish to approach, so I'll keep it very light, if I may. What I'm concerned about is the area of the school, as indeed we share the same concerns. Could you, Alison, could you tell me how many parking spaces that is proposed for that?
Oh, sorry. So this last slide is the what's titled the Education Site Access Plan. And you can see in purple is the 2.1 hectares that need to be retained for the education site. So the parking area here contains 25 parking spaces. It's outside the education site. It's a choice of the developer to provide that, given their experience on other sites. They think that's something that is wanted locally to overcome the issue with parking on side roads. The Education Authority and the Highway Authority, that's not in their developer guidance. They like to maintain a completely traffic-free frontage, so they don't want vehicular access along the front. They would prefer that the parents park in the side roads, and to encourage the parents to walk the children to school.
I believe that if built, if the money can be found, if built, it will be targeting 56 pupils. I think I might be correct on that. Are we satisfied that the amount of parking planned will be enough for those, for the staff, ancillary staff, and those visiting and coming and going, deliveries, and all those kind of things that associate with a busy school, that will be sufficient, the 25 spots? And are there any areas set aside for heavier vehicles, such as delivery vehicles?
So it's a 56-place nursery, which they've indicated in this location, and indicated a separate access to that nursery there with a car park within the education site. But the school site, they've indicated a staff car park here, and you know how that is accessed is up to the Education Authority. So they have to provide access to the bounds of the site, which they have done here from the highway, and again through this parking area. So it would swoop round for the parking, but it comes straight in to give the Education Authority opportunity to have their staff parking up here. And then it's a two-form primary school, so there will be 2 classes in each year. So it's a lot more than 56 places in total.
Chair, with your permission, one last point.
But the detail of the education site isn't part of the application. They had to provide the 2.1 hectares, which has been done, and the detail would have to come forward as a separate application.
One last point, Chair, and then I'll stop. I'm concerned about the land and the 106 and the whole thing that surrounds that. It's just words and bits of paper and printing at this moment in time, and the conception of planning to build all these things, but sometimes you don't see them actually being built. from lack of funding, or they move it to somewhere else which is urgently needed. Well, we accept that wholly. But the land itself and the premise of the land, whether or not it should be just solely put aside for that purpose and not used for anything else, for storage or contaminated from other sources, which would then render the land unsuitable for anything else except maybe commercial use or something. Now, are we in a position to condition that? Because unless you have it in the conditions, I'm looking at them now and I can't see anything.
Yeah, I was just going to cover. In terms of the education site, so the 106 controls how long that land has to be retained until it's considered not needed for education land again. So it's the option period starts on the 20th occupation of the site and it ends 10 years after the date of the final occupation. And once, if education say that they want the site, then there's 12 to 18 months to provide all the detailed requirements in the 106. And only on the 7th anniversary of that transfer, if all or part of the site isn't being used as an education facility and it's not demonstrated to be needed for that purpose, then it would be transferred back to the owner. So it's a long process for education to be able to take it on. But they also obviously had to provide the financial contributions to meet the needs of the residents of these development, which will be built before the school comes forward.
I'm sorry, Chair. One has drawn another one in. I thank you for your guidance on that, although I was aware that that was actually on the statute books. What I'm trying to allude to is the fact that the land itself can easily be used for other things. Is there any way we can condition that that land be kept, left go intacto, so that when this wonderful building arrives, that will be there and it will be built on land suitable to build it on?
If I may, at the moment, this part of the site, this educational site, is not before us. It's not this matter in before us. Ultimately, a reserve matters application for just that site will come forward, hopefully in due course. In the meantime, while it's sitting there, it is agricultural land. It can't be used for commercial interests. It can't be used for anything else. It needs to be used for agricultural use. I say that with one exception, which is there is a construction management condition that is already imposed in respect to this application, and it might be through that condition that the developer says, can we temporarily put something on that site, storage materials, porticabins. But it is in our gift whether we say yes or no to that discharge of condition application. So therefore, at this moment in time, my answer is no, there is nothing that they can do with that land other than it sit and wait at this moment in time, unless they continue it to be for agricultural purposes.
Thank you, Councillor Alexander. Councillor White.
Thank you, Chairman. Perhaps I can make a comment to start with, and it is again about the school and parking. We know where the excellent village school is at the present moment, and members will have noticed that the mums and dads, they don't want their children to walk. They quite often very nearly block the 133 with parking, and I see no difference with this. So I'm worried about parking, but that's a personal statement. Now, the other thing is still on the school that I'd like your comments on. That members of this council will know I'm a great believer in getting schools built, because all our schools, and it's not only Wheelie, but it's all our parish schools, are grossly overloaded. Is there something, I realise on this estate that this the developer is giving this land for education purposes. But what I'd like to see somehow is a clause which says that the decision has to be made by the Education Authority within a fixed period, hopefully that they will build on it, but if they don't, then the contribution for the other schools in the area is granted very quickly. Ideally, I'd like to see the school, and I realise we can't do it, but I would like to see a clause which said the school has to be built within the first 25 houses or something similar to that. We can't do that, is my understanding, but there's a question there. Can we do something like that? But failing that, how soon, what decision has to be made by the Education Authority and how soon as to whether they will build on it? This council quite often gets application for land for doctor's surgery, and then we find that the NHS won't build on it. Now, I don't want the Education Authority to say here, oh, terribly sorry, the birth rate has gone down, we don't need it now. We've got to get a firm decision of them, and ideally it will be that the school will be built, much nearer than delaying and delay and delay before they make the decision. And so we still don't get a school there within 10 years. We want the schools, and not only Wheatley, but all the other parishes want their primary schools. Can we therefore tie some clause in which makes us duty bound to get a quick decision from the Education Authority? I realise that'll be a question to the planning manager, and I probably guess what I know what his answer is, but I must try. We need to get a school built there.
In respect of this application, you are tied by the 106 agreement of the outline permission. I can't do anything about that. This application before us today is simply the reserved matters, landscape, layout, etc. of the housing that's put on the plans presented. When we consider school sites part of an application, that is the negotiation with the Essex Education Authority, and ultimately they are a party to that 106 agreement. What clauses ultimately have to be agreed with them is for them to determine. They are the experts of when and where education is required, and I appreciate we may all have a different opinion on that, but I'm not the Education Authority, as much as I'm also not the NHS, and that's a similar situation. I can't really give you more on that other than if a wider conversation corporately needs to be undertaken with the Education Authority for future applications to see what could possibly be done or improve understanding of why they go about the processes they do and the timings that they do, maybe that should be explored beyond this meeting. But in respect of this application, this education site is not before you. What is before you, the only connection really to the education site, is the addition of that parking area, which I'll be quite blunt, isn't even wanted by the educational site. That is a bonus, whereas normally we would not be seeing parent parking as part of an educational scheme. So that is the extra that is before you, which is, if I'm honest with you, if it was taken off the plans, I'd be recommending to you, I'd have very little defence to be able to negotiate anything different. So that is the betterment here that we've got compared to many other sites. But in terms of educational, when the actual school comes forward, I'm held by what has already been agreed at outline.
can I thank the officer for that? It's rather what I was expecting. I like to look at it, though, as a big parcel of land. Part of the development benefits were school, and therefore it isn't in front of us tonight, but it's still in my mind part of the development, and that's why with my request to get more schools that I asked the question.
Thank you, Councillor White, and thank you, Mr. Pateman-G. Councillor Everett next.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to pick up the theme about the parking around the school. Members will remember recently we went to Elm Tree Avenue in Frinton, where that sort of scheme has been implemented, and that was just before term started, so there was no evidence to see that it worked. Well, I'm pleased to say that it works extremely well, and there has definitely been a planning gain for the locality in terms of that extra parking that was put alongside the school to take the pressure off Elm Tree Avenue itself. It has made Elm Tree Avenue safer to drive down, and it is an all-round good thing. So I accept the fact that if it were taken out, it wouldn't have a big planning gain from your point of view, but from a local people's point of view, it would have a huge effect. So it's about the amenity of the area. So can you assure me that the parking spaces associated with this will actually happen irrespective of whether the school is built or not?
On your update sheets, there's an additional condition 17 that requires that at the time of delivery of the education site, because it's not needed otherwise, because we've got adequate visitor parking across the site. So there isn't a deficit of visitor parking across the site that would justify the need for that car park without the school site. So the reasoning for the condition refers to that.
Can I also, sorry, bear with me, can I just add one other thing? This is a reserve matters which includes layout. That's part of this layout, and therefore they can't do anything else with that bit without an alternative application for reserve matters for that in any event. So just to cover that off.
Thank you. I was going to say I didn't understand the first answer. I did understand the second. Thank you.
Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Chairman. Firstly, I just want to pick up on the officer when she did her presentation. She read out the items that I'd called it in for. I just want to underline again that I was calling this matter in specifically at the request of Wheelie Parish Council, and those items were listed by Wheelie Parish Council. Thank you. This, as you would gather from the residents that we have here this evening, this is a very emotive issue within my ward of Wheelie and Tendring. It's an issue that's been hanging over residents for many years. I think that if this was based at Wheelie now in the old council offices, which I wish it was, then I think you'd have probably 10 times the amount of people that are here. But I'd like to thank everybody for coming this evening. The presentation that you gave as well, I thought was, for me, difficult to follow at times. And I think I'm just talking in general. I'm not picking on you, by the way. This is in general terms. Sometimes it's very difficult to follow. And when you're reading something, and this is quite an in-depth, quite a large, complicated site, and I know this probably better than most on the committee, but it's very difficult for us to follow. I can't see the cursors if you say, well, that bit there, and by the time I'm looking at it, you've gone on to the next bit, and it's like, oh. So I don't know if anybody else had trouble following that, but I certainly did. But I know the site didn't cause me any problems, and hopefully it didn't my colleagues as well. But that's perhaps a wider comment in general. Yeah, there are numerous things that I can talk about, and I will be talking about. As was pointed out very well by the resident Carol Bannister, this development is going to see Wheelie increase its housing stock by 57%. 57%. That is a huge number, and that's why this development deserves thorough scrutiny into every part of the plan. And as I said earlier, I'm going into this with a completely open mind, and will vote accordingly. I suppose, as my colleagues have already picked up, I think for me, one of the elephant in the room is the school. The question: will it ever get built? We have seen, and I've been a councillor since 2019, and I've sat on numerous applications that were approved by previous committees years before. I can think of one not too far away, somewhere in Councillor Land's ward, I think it is, where something was proposed, the site was developed, and then years later, guess what? It didn't happen, and then that health centre didn't occur, etc., etc. So I know that we've already discussed it via my colleagues on the committee. Is there any reassurance whatsoever that we can give the residents of Wheelie that maybe in 10 years' time, and I've seen the phases here, which starts in 2022, but I won't put that back a year. So if we put it back a year, it says phase 4, which is where the school is going to be sited. It could be delivered any time between now and 2032. If we had a year, 2033. Is there anything that we can reassure residents that maybe in 2033 that another application is going to come in to say, no, that school isn't needed, and guess what, we're going to put another 50, 60, 70 houses there? So we can get that as a starting point, please.
I'm going to be quite straightforward and say, no, I can't give you that assurance, because ultimately that decision is not mine or yours. It is the Essex Educational Authority to take that option or not. Therefore, any alternative that might possibly come forward would be a separate matter to consider another time.
Thank you. I thought you'd say that. And I think that's the reality of where we are. Can we just also get clarity, the educational situation now, today, with the view, and I know it's in the report, but if we can get it clarified that with these 277 properties, perhaps another 3, if they're built, is the Education Authority saying that there is a need for a school now, once they're built, now?
At the time of the outline being approved, and I'll go back to that because this is not that planning application, this is the reserved matters. At the time the outline planning application was approved, it was assessed that there was sufficient need, that the burden of this development justifies contribution or provision of land. And so therefore there is a need, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to justify that contribution or provision of land. So in planning terms, yes, at this moment in time, I would say since the outline that probably hasn't changed. It still needs to mitigate the burden or part burden of this site and the children that this site will produce.
So with that in mind, if they're saying that there is a demand with the creation of this, and I'm looking at the phases that have been proposed. It goes phase 1, I mean, I'll read what's here, but we can put it back a year. 2022, phase 1, 2026, phase 2, 2028, phase 3, and then phase 4, which is the school, again, is 2032. So we're looking at 4 years after the creation of this site. At what point do we think children are going to move into the site, or be born? Are we saying that we're going to wait until it's fully occupied and then there's new children that's going to be born before they go to school? I mean, of course, that's not going to happen. It's not the reality. So as people move into the school, there's going to be a gradual increase in the number of children that's going to need it to there. So where are these children going to go in 2032? And in 2032, even if they say, yes, well, we think we're going to build it now, perhaps it's then, I mean, how many years is that going to be? So you could perhaps understand the distrust that everybody has with this. And is this just a massive big ruse to, perhaps at the time when the committee first looked at the outline, that's a great site, we're going to get a school. When the reality of it is it's not going to happen. And coming back to a point that Councillor White made, if there is that need for children, as you're saying that there is, and as the site grows and more people move in, and the 277 is fully occupied, isn't there a way that we can sort of say, well, actually, look, we can get to 50 homes or 100 homes. I think the Parish Council said quite reasonably 100 homes that are occupied. We then look at that decision on the school, go to Essex County Council and say, right, okay, there's 100 moved in now. What's your position now? And then, if they then at that point turn around and say, yes, we're going to want the school, fantastic, we then go steam and ahead with everything and the rest of the building. If they turn around and go, no, we're not going to build it. Surely that is then a point where we can say, well, actually, phase 3 of the site, or phase 2 of the site, after we've built 100 or 125 houses, going beyond that is too far, and we can stop until we've got a decision. Is that something that's reasonable, can be conditioned?
I just wanted to confirm that there's 2 education provisions in the 106. So there's the provision of the 2.1 hectares of the education land, but there's also the financial contributions to primary and secondary education and secondary schools. So before, so they can't occupy the first dwelling until we've had 25% of the education contribution. And then they can't occupy more than 25% until we've had a further 25% of the education contribution, then to pay the further 25% before 50% occupation. So there's those triggers for the financial contributions towards primary and secondary education at other schools in the district to meet the needs of these residents.
I might be thick, but I don't know what that means. I don't know that contribution. What does that actually mean? What tangible benefit is it going to give families that live in and around the Wheelie area? Where is that money going to be spent? What does it mean? Does it mean that St Andrews Primary School are actually going to build an extension, or it means that they're going to take on more teachers? They're going to build more parking spaces because of the more children that are going to go there. I don't know where they build them, but what does that actually mean? And it still doesn't answer the question about the school. And as I said, this is the elephant in the room as far as I'm concerned. This is the big issue as to how we address it. And I've seen this, the committees have seen this over and over again with other developments where promises have been made, carrots have been dangled, and it doesn't happen.
So the education contribution would be used wherever the education authority see that it's needed. So it could be an extension to a local school, it could be extra facilities, but again, it's where they see it's needed, so that money would come at those stages. But we don't have that detail because of the timescales involved. So it's the need at that time, which is assessed by the education authority.
So just to clarify, I mean, we don't know that the developer is going to be paying money, which Education Authority, Essex County Council have said that they require. They haven't indicated where that money is going to be spent, or whether it's going to be ring-fenced for tendering district, let alone Wheelie. It might be spent somewhere within, does it go into the educational pot and is spent somewhere in Essex, when we just hope that it will be spent in Wheelie? Is there any way we can get clarity on that? I mean, again, moving forward with other developments, you know, maybe we should be asking them a little bit more detail as well.
That is all tied up in the section 106. So the definition of the primary education contribution, the primary education purposes, is for children between the ages of 4 and 11 at St Andrews Primary School, Wheely, and or a new primary school on the site or successor education facility. And the same for the secondary contribution. So that would go to facilities within the tendering secondary group 1. So it's in the local area. It's the schools that you would expect these residents to go to.
Coming back to my other point as well, is it possible?
Councillor Harris, I'm going to stop you after this question because colleagues are waiting to ask questions.
I am going to stop you. One question. I'll give way to my colleagues, but I have a number of questions.
One more question.
I have a number
then
of
I'll
questions.
Then I'll come back to you.
That's fine, but I have a number of questions.
Yeah, I'll be happy to come back to you, but there's one more question.
That's fine. This is an important point. So if I can ask you again about the possible conditioning, and even if you can't give me a 100% answer now, is it possible that we could look into putting a condition where the phasing is connected to the development of the school?
Okay, so on that one, I can say yes. It is possible, because ultimately, only when you're dealing with the outline application or a full application. So if you're dealing with an outline application which has got a school proposed within it, which is what we did have, and your specific instructions, or whoever's dealing with the negotiations, is that we are wanting more control within the 106 agreement on the phasing to be connected to the development, you can control that. I'll give you an example as well. So in my previous authority, they controlled the number of houses allowed on the site as a totality based on whether or not a specific facility, I'm not going to name which one, but a specific facility was built or not. And it physically adjusted the number that could come forward at a reserved matter stage. So that control is possible. The fly in the ointment ultimately is whether or not the county would sign up to that as part of an agreement, and ultimately whether, if they didn't sign up to that, which would lead to a refusal potentially of the outline, because you may not wish it to go forward without that condition or without that 106 agreement, whether you have policy and reasonable grounds to defend that position. I think that's a debate for another day, because it is not this application before us. What's before us is the reserved matters for the housing, the open space, and that's what this is before us. And I can't stray into the educational side and the merits of that, because it's not what is on the table that I have to present to you and you have to determine.
Thank you, and I would like to come back again. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Everett.
Thank you. I wanted to try and take us on to another tack, but I'm not sure it's the right time to do it. The other tack is at the site meeting this morning, I asked to see the commuting and foraging routes for bats across the site, and asked that a diagram be showed to us tonight showing where those routes were, because clearly there is a hedge going right through the site, and that is going to be punched through to put the road in, and that is a commuting corridor for bats. So do we have that detail, please?
I'm sorry, that wasn't passed on in that detail. I can show you the landscape plan. So the main existing hedgerow runs through the centre of the site here. It's probably easier to show you on the aerial photo, actually. So I'll pull that up. So you've got the hedgerow through the centre of the site. As I said in the presentation, there's a small punch through that here and here for the spine road and the cul-de-sac, and then there's a lot of commuting bat activity around the public right of way that goes down to the railway crossing at the moment, and all of that is being retained within the development. There's also a lot of commuting along the railway line, and all of that is retained, and this area particularly is designated for ecology land for bats, and there's 5 separate scrub areas for foraging, and that will be managed particularly for bats, birds and reptiles.
I'm afraid that wasn't my question. I know about the bit down at the bottom by the railway line, and in fact that's detailed well within the report and within the ecological advice from Essex Place Services. I was more concerned about the route that goes right across the centre of the site, where there is a hedge, which you can see on that, actually at the top of the white bit. There is a hedge that is a commuting route for bats, and I'm concerned that, particularly because a hole is going to be punched through that hedge to allow the road through, that commuting route is still available to be used for bats. In many cases that would be an issue of lighting design, which I'll move on to in a minute, but primarily is whether the route is still going to be available to those bats.
I've got to get through about 300 documents, so if I can try and find something in a minute, I'll come back to you on that point.
Thank you. And that's excellent. And the second part of it, in terms of lighting design, I am not clear about whether the outline permission put a condition on that was sufficient in terms of what I'm thinking about potential for lighting design creating a problem for those bats. So can you tell me, please, what the condition was on the outline permission that you said, I think, in your peroration, that you were going to repeat in this? So can you read that out to me, what that was?
Yep, so it's condition 17 of the outline planning permission, which is other than for lighting within the public highways, each reserved matters application shall be accompanied by details of external lighting which shall be submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority. The external lighting strategy shall consider how the use of such lighting will avoid or minimise harm caused by light pollution, and the development shall be carried out in accordance with the approved scheme. The reason for that condition includes biodiversity, but the specific wording of that condition isn't enough in hindsight to meet the requirements of the Essex ecology comments. So in their comments, they've recommended a condition prior to occupation of a wildlife sensitive lighting scheme design. So because of the wording of the condition in the outline, it relates to the reserved matters application, which we're obviously considering right now, and we haven't got all that detail with us. So we do need to impose a second, an additional condition for the wildlife sensitive lighting scheme for the commuting bats along those corridors.
Thank you for that. That was exactly what I was hoping you were going to say, because I've got the advice from Place Services here and their suggested condition. And I'd like to draw officers' attention to one part of that, which is that it says light levels should be as low as possible as required to fulfill the lighting need. Warm white lights should be used at less than 3000 K. This is necessary as lighting which emits an ultraviolet component or that have a blue spectral content have a high attraction effect on insects. This may lead in a reduction in prey availability for some light-sensitive bat species, provision of motion sensors, etc., etc. My concern arises because further in the documentation there is a document here describing the lighting on the outside of the buildings, and it describes the exterior lighting as a technical specification of LED lamp 4 watts 6500 K, which is considerably more than 3000 K in terms of what would be acceptable for bat species. So the exterior lighting on the housing, particularly in the area where the back corridor is, would need to reflect that advice from Place Services, and currently I don't think it does.
All right, forgive me. Couple of things. Do you know what? It's very hard to sometimes not express your frustration at the balance between what is the outline permission and how it determines how you have to then deal with the reserved matters. Lighting, usually the rights of lighting, have to be dealt with the outline application. But the appearance of the dwellings is before you. So the only way I can solve that particular issue about the lights on the buildings and the voltage, I can't address the voltage, but I can address the appearance, which means that notwithstanding the plan submitted, if you wish to put an extra condition on, there shall be no lighting on the external appearances of the buildings. That is a roundabout way of solving that problem. That's about the best I can offer you, and my justification for that would be in terms of our duty in respect of wildlife, and I think that would be sufficient for me to argue on that point. I'm still struggling. I'm down at page 75 of the survey report at the moment to find the BAT directions following. I've got, ultimately, from what I can see on page 46, there are potential routes. They are highlighted on the plan. The main one being, I think, to the far south of the site. But ultimately, they're going to follow hedgerows, and there is going to be a road that goes between, or takes out part of that hedge right in the middle. I can't. Well, that is what is proposed. Ultimately, we've gone to the experts in terms of Place Services, and they haven't objected to that. And I'm held by an expert that knows far more about bats and what's acceptable to bats and not than I know. And on that basis, I can only say that that's the situation we have before us and for you to determine accordingly.
Thank you for that. Unfortunately, I have experience with Place Services before, and they don't always see things correctly. And we on this committee have experienced that a few times before. I'm concerned that in the situation of not dealing with this issue, we would not be fulfilling our legal duty. And so that's why I think we need to deal with that issue, and maybe what you say as condition could be one of the ways of dealing with that. So I'll get off that from now, if that's all right.
So in terms of the lighting, I think I've said you could deal with that by condition and comply with the duty accordingly. In respect of the hedgerow and the road, there's no way to deal with that by condition. That is the proposal in front of us, and there would be an alternative of where that road layout would go. So it is reasonable to consider that in that context.
Councillor Harris.
Thank you. I want to go back to infrastructure. Obviously, with every large development, infrastructure is hugely important to make sure that the residents moving in they get the required services, and it doesn't impact on the current residents that live there. we've spoken about the school. You mentioned as well, Alison, about the healthcare contribution. Now, way back when, and as was alluded by Christine Hamilton, the chair of the parish council, that there was at one point discussions about whether there was going to be a doctor's surgery on site, etc. But that sort of disappeared from it. But there's going to be a contribution. So, again, can you just confirm, and again for reassurance of residents, how much contribution, what it's going to be spent on? And I don't mean specifics, how many bandages and stuff, but where specific is it going to be spent? Where is it going to be ring fenced for our local surgeries? So in which case, is an amount going to go to Great Bentley, is an amount going to go to Thorpe? Do we have any indication of that, please?
So it's £97,152 towards Thorpe surgery specifically. I was just going to clarify the trigger point for you. That's really written really strangely. So they need to pay the healthcare contribution to NHS England upon receipt of a document from NHS England confirming that they'll apply the healthcare contribution solely for the healthcare contribution purpose, which, as I said, is for Thorpe surgery, for the provision of increased clinical capacity for the benefit of patients at Thorpe Lissoken surgery. And they have to provide full details of the expenditure of that healthcare contribution.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. And that is a one-off payment, it's not an ongoing payment, is it? That's just it. Okay, that's fine. The other thing, in talking of infrastructure and services, etc., I mean, maybe I've missed it, but did we specifically consult the fire brigade on this application?
On this Reserve Matters application, no, we didn't.
The outline, have we?
They're not a statutory consultee, they're a non-statutory consultee, and there's obviously requirements in the building regulations for fire appliance access that they will have to comply with.
Right, okay, that gives me great concern. And the reason why I raised that question is, as we've already established, there's a 57% growth in housing stock for our village. Wheelie has one fire unit, which is already fairly stretched. I think it was 650 shouts, I think they call it, last year. It seems to be growing, and yet we haven't consulted with this massive increase in housing stock, potentially business units, potentially a school. What does that actually mean to Wheelie? Have we got sufficient resource? We have one fire unit at the moment. Is there a way that we can retrospectively consult with the fire brigade as to what that means?
So back to the outline versus reserve matters matter again. Ultimately, the numbers of dwellings is a point of principle agreed at the outline stage. You agreed, well, the council agreed, the maximum number, and on principle, if the principle of that number was an issue from a fire or other infrastructural point of view, it would have been a matter that would have to have dealt with at that stage. This application is not that area to deal with that. This is a reserve matters application for layout and appearance and landscaping. I cannot go anywhere near the principle, which would be the numbers and the provision of fire facilities.
I hear what you're saying, and again, it seems to be the failure of planning officers at the time and the committee at the time, potentially, for not insisting or raising that question. But it gives me sort of grave concern that we have a large development going here, and yet we haven't asked the guys as to what that actually means. They're already potentially overstretched and they're going to risk their lives for us, and we don't know whether they've got enough resource. I mean, in the same way that the healthcare and education have said we require Section 106 money, etc., etc., why the hell haven't we done that with the fire brigade so that they could be funded potentially for another unit or for more staff or whatever it is to do that? And if that's not a matter of course that we do on any large application, can I suggest that we take that offline and discuss it, and it's something that should be done in the future?
So you'll be pleased to hear that in my tenure here so far, my colleagues in our validation team have just completed a full review of all of the consultation requirements for new applications. They've never done this before for a long time, and well, they haven't done it for a long time. So ultimately, we went back to every single consultee, both statutory and non-statutory, and updated exactly when and where they wish to be consulted. And that is now fully updated. So ultimately, we have done that. But ultimately, we also have to only consult them if they want to be consulted. We can't just continuously send letters out to say, please give us your comments. I'll give you a good example. Natural England have a very nasty habit of telling us off a lot because we are asking often for their opinion on things that they just statutorily do not wish to know about, whether we morally feel they should know about or not. I can't say any more than that. Ultimately, we also know there's a number of consultees out there, like the police, for example, who regularly look at all of the weekly lists that we produce or for the new applications that we receive, and they comment if they wish to, as opposed to us specifically consulting them. That's how it works at the moment.
I'm glad to hear that we've done something for the future. And I think there is some comments here from the crime prevention or police in here. But, you know, and I understand what you're saying about, you know, Natural England, etc. But the fire brigade, we're dealing with people's lives. You know, I think it's hugely important on something like this, particularly, as I said, you know, as a school, etc. You know, if they turn around and said, look, we just simply haven't got enough resource, what on earth do we say to the people of Wheelie and Tendring if we're going to put them under intolerable pressure? Is there something, knowing that it perhaps can't be part of this application, is there something that we can do as a part of this? And if not, I'll write to them as the ward councillor and ask them for their input into have they got, and ask a simple question, do you have enough resource? Do you have any concerns over a 57% increase in housing with your current resource?
I think the answer is I can't give you an answer now. Whether there is more that we can do in ensuring that we consult on all major applications, perhaps, to ask that specific question, I would have to consider that with my colleague here and look at that as a wider question. Yeah, if you want to take any further.
Thank you. Yeah. Respond to that point. Sorry about the crackling of the microphone there. Now, of course, in terms of numbers of homes being built, of course, we know that this is one of the developments that is an allocation within the local plan. And the local plan contains proposals for residential development all across the Tendring district. And when we prepare that local plan, part of the evidence that sits beside the local plan is an infrastructure delivery plan. As part of the process of producing an infrastructure delivery plan, there is consultation with the fire authority. And I've just looked at our infrastructure development plan. A consultant worked on our behalf to consult the various bodies, and based on the amount of growth proposed and the pattern of growth proposed in the local plan, Essex Fire and Rescue Services did not have any needs arising from growth. Now, I'll caveat that point because you have to remember when we're talking about education, That's something quite specific. There is a statutory need for children to go to school. So you plan for that in a certain way. In terms of health, similarly, there is a need for the NHS essentially to provide the resources so that they can serve the population, and they will be aware of the amount of growth that's proposed and the location of it, and they fed into the infrastructure delivery plan. Fire service is a bit different because, of course, we all hope that we never have to call on the services of our fire and rescue colleagues. It's important to have consulted them on the strategy, which we have done, so they're aware of the growth. There is a need for them to resource accordingly. Of course, growth brings with it additional council tax, which goes into the provision of resources. But through not only the planning but the building regulations as well, it's about prevention of potential fire as well. So through the building regulations, increasingly, particularly in recent years, increasing emphasis on making sure that the buildings you build are as safe as you could possibly make them in fire terms. So you've got that prevention element as well as the need to provide resources. I'm comfortable from a strategic perspective. We've done the consultations that we need to, but I completely understand from the local perspective, people are seeing all these new houses built and they're concerned that our local services can't keep up with that demand. But please take that insurance that the relevant consultations have been made. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I understand that. So I have got other questions, but I know that you like letting other people in. So do you want to let some... I'm happy to give way if you can come back to me, please. Thank you.
Yes, I'm going to bring in Councillor Sudra and then Councillor Everett. And then back to you, Councillor Harris.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. My question's regarding flooding and drainage issues. I don't know the history of the development, but is there any information you can give us for clarity on that? So, for instance, Anglian Water are obligated to certain things. Network Rail maybe have drainage issues once the development's in place. So how does that all work?
So those are matters, again, that relate to the principle of developments. They are controlled under the outline permissions. There's conditions on the outline permission for details of the foul drainage and the surface water drainage. And they're obviously particularly the surface water drainage, involves very detailed calculations that come following the approval of the reserve matters. So the conditions control that in consultation with SUDS, and for the foul drainage, Anglian Water.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Everett, then Councillor Harris, and then we will close up on the questions and go into debate. So, Councillor Everett.
Thank you, Chair. At the bottom of the diagram that was up there, there's the tree line just going through the existing crossing over the railway. Now, I used to be a footpath secretary for the Ramblers, so I should know the answer to this, but I don't, which is, if we are diverting the footpath, what happens to the original footpath? Will access still be allowed up to the fencing on the railway line that will be then put in place? In other words, will that area still be available to the public, please?
So there's obviously the separate approval process with the Highway Authority for rights of way, but this plan shows you that the orange would be removed. So the proposal is to remove the public right of way which crosses the railway line at the moment, because the public would have to then take the route over the new railway bridge, and then it would link back into the existing network.
So does that mean that the old route will still be available for people to use up to, obviously, the place where it'll be fenced off on the railway line?
I assume Network Rail will put a permanent fencing along the bottom for security reasons, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I get that there's going to be the fencing. I'm talking about the bit between... Basically, will people still be able to access that area where that woodland is.
I was just going to see if I've got a better plan here for you. Unhelpfully, it just cuts off on both. But yeah, so that would be controlled by the diversion of from the county council of where the line of the footpath would run. But that land remains in the open space for the development. So public access would be given to all this area, and unless there's other restrictions from the Highway Authority or Network Rail.
Councillor Harris, and then I will go to Councillor Alexander into debate from there. So, Councillor Harris, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Infrastructure again. I want to talk about the roadway out the front. I want to talk about the design of the road. If we can clarify exactly what amendments are going to be made to Thorpe Road, and when is that going to happen? Is it going to happen before the development starts? During the development, is it going to happen after the first occupation of the site, or is it further on? So I want to specifically talk about that, because there are definitely some road safety implications, and I also want to consider as well that, mindful of this, if it was to be approved and building was to be started, etc., is that there's going to be a lot of traffic generation, trucks in particular, and associated traffic involved with construction. Is there any traffic management plan for those vehicles? If so, what is it? If not, can we condition that those vehicles should not go up and down Crow Lane, which is the road opposite? So if they use that as a cut through, Crow Lane is already a fairly dangerous road. There's many accidents that happen there. I use it on a daily basis. I'm already talking to the bus company about rerouting the buses away from Crow Lane, and the bus company agree with me that they want to reroute the buses away from Crow Lane. It's now in the lap of gods with Essex County Council. And the last thing I want to do is to send HGVs in particular up and down Crow Lane many times a day. So if I can get clarity on that, please. Thank you.
So in terms of the improvements to Thorpe Road at the top of the site, that's all controlled by Condition 24 of the outline permission when access was granted. So before occupation, they have to widen the existing carriageway of Barleyfields from 6 to 6.75 metres and provide the footways on either side. They have to provide a right turn lane into Barleyfields and into Crow Lane and into the Homestead Caravan Park just up the road, so 3 right turn lanes. There's a pedestrian refuge island as well, 2 bus stops. So all of those have to be provided prior to first occupation of this development.
So do you have an image you can put on screen of that?
There isn't, no, because that was all approved under the outline planning permission. It is shown on those plans, but it's not very clear, but obviously that was controlled by the outline permission.
Can I ask that communication of that is sent out, particularly to the parish council, so that can communicated with local residents as well, so they know what's going to go on, how long it's going to take. Obviously if there's going to be traffic lights there, how long they're going to be there, because that will have implications for people, way down the line, Thorpe and all the way down to Kirby, etc., Frinton. It'd be really nice to know sort of how long and when that's going to happen, please. And the condition about the trucks?
Again, construction is part of the principle of the development. It's always going to cause disturbance during the construction of the development, and that's another condition. So we'll have control over construction routes, the traffic routes, the on-site construction, parking. I'm just going to find you the condition in the outline. So we've got Yeah, so condition 9 of the outline planning permission is no development shall take place before an environmental construction management plan has been submitted. So that includes all the usual details of the wheel cleaning, site preparation, and also delivery, construction, working hours, dust suppression, routing of delivery vehicles, as you've referred to, all those standard provisions. There's a lot of detail in that condition.
My understanding of it is that there's a condition to create a plan, but the plan hasn't been specifically agreed with yourselves. Is that what you're saying?
It's normal that it would be agreed after the permission's granted because it relates to the details of the development. So if we'd agreed it at the outline, it would have been well out of date by now, obviously.
So coming back to my question then, when the time comes to sit down and agree a traffic plan, can we put in a clause? Is it something that we can put in tonight to say that we wish to see, those lorries, if the committee agrees with me, that it prevents them from using Crow Lane?
Yes, we can. But we at the moment we agree we've got a condition that controls the routing of construction that is part of that, so that's fine. And also they will always need to abide by the local traffic restrictions that are already in place on some of these roads as well.
I know this is my last up. Thank you for that. This is my last opportunity. So I'm going to sort of still on infrastructure really, and this is a point I picked up from President Carol Bannister when she spoke about the raw sewage and problems that already exist with properties there, and that the proposal is connecting this new site to an already what seems to be a problematic system. What reassurances can we give residents that that this problem that they've currently got is going to go away, and this isn't just going to compound the problem, and we're all going to end up in the... I won't say it. Thank you.
Ultimately, the application has to bear with its own... Sorry, start again. It has to manage its own burden, not what may be an existing situation elsewhere. If that connection is unacceptable by Anglia Water, they are under a duty to provide adequate sewage and drinking water and so on. It is their operations and their requirements, and as they are the authority, we are not allowed to duplicate their role. So ultimately, they have to deal with this application and deal with the new residents. I would hope, because they have to then solve that problem, they may well at the same time solve the existing problem or help it, but I can't guarantee that. Ultimately they have to deal with the new.
Councillor Alexander, you have a question for the officers, and then we will go into debate.
Well, I was hoping that this was now the debate. I'm a bit confused to where we are at the moment.
Well, I'll try and unconfuse you then. If you want this to be debate, we will have this as debate. But if you have a question for the officer, then I'm happy for you to put it to the officer.
Chair, I have no more questions for the officers. I think maybe they have had more than enough. We've given this an awful lot of time, and we've ironed out the wrinkles. This is as flat as a pancake now. There's no wrinkles left in it at all. Can't be. Scott, thank you very much for your advice upon the school and how it functioned within the 106, and because I believe, if I've got this right, that at the point, Chair, that this is agreed, it's taken out of hands and it goes into another hand, i.e. the Education Department, and we just move along with it. We have no more control of it, and unfortunately the developer is in the same boat as what we are. I believe that there are conditions that people are looking to be putting on to the application, but I see no point in labouring this any further, and I think that I'm prepared now, with using the conditions there is, to go along with the recommendation that's on page 87. So I'm proposing we accept that recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Alexander. Mr. Pateman G, go ahead.
Just in respect to that proposal, can I just clarify that it is as the current papers, the late papers with all the additional conditions, and also the possible condition that notwithstanding the plans that no lighting be included on the external appearance of the dwelling? Is that the totality of the proposal?
Are you happy with that, Councillor Alexander?
Yeah, I'm having slight difficulty in hearing you. I've got this thing, but that doesn't work.
Sorry, do you want me to repeat that? So your recommendation, your proposal is as recommended in the papers, as recommended in addition in the late papers, which has additional conditions, and are you accepting the discussion earlier about notwithstanding the plans received that no lighting should be included on the external appearance of the dwellings? Right.
Just jump in there, and we discussed about the truck movements in
That's already included in the construction management scheme as route a condition.
What, not going up Crow Lane? That's not what you said earlier.
No, the route management it needs to be agreed. So where they go would be for us to agree.
Okay, well, how do we say we don't want it to go to up Crow Lane then?
Well, you ask me, and I'll make sure that doesn't happen.
Wow.
But I
So
can't.
are you saying we cannot?
I can't change that condition when it's in the outline, because it's not a reserved matter that you have before you. But I have to deal with that condition anyway. So you're telling me, as your officer and servant, that I need to consider that when that application comes in.
I'm being told I have to trust you, so of course I do. Yes, thank you. You heard it here.
Mr. Pateman G, thank you for clarification on that.
Do you know what? Just to add to that, I will make sure that's a note in the minutes that I have, and I will make sure that's covered. Okay.
Okay, so Councillor Alexander, are you happy with that proposal?
A little confused.
Yes, I thought you
yes,
might be.
I'm happy with that.
Okay. And do we have a seconder, or are there any other comments? Councillor Everett?
Thank you. I'd like to second that, especially with the conditions that we've just discussed, because I think they're important. I recognise that to a certain extent, a huge extent, we're bound by what the outline said anyway. And what we're discussing today is the detail, and I can't see anything that that causes a major concern within those details that that we can't condition and have conditioned. So I would like to support the proposal, please.
Thank you, Councillor Everett. Are there any other comments from the committee before we go to the vote? Councillor Harris.
Thank you. I do realise that in terms of a lot of the things that we've brought up here tonight, the ship has somewhat sailed, and that sailed on the 12th of August 2019. And as my colleague Councillor Everett has said, you know, we're bound by that. I think we've raised a number of concerns. Hopefully the officers have taken that on board. I remain deeply concerned about the school, deeply, and I don't know if we can minute that, and to be honest, in question, I didn't even get onto the industrial units, which is a similar conversation to be had, but I fear that we'll be in the same position and not able to actually do anything at this stage with regards to that. On a positive note with this, I've been on a roller coaster ride with this from the outset, and I would like to look at the positive side of this, and the big positive for this is actually the builder that's going to be building these. you know, in my time on the planning committee, and we've dealt with many across the district, I would, like, you know, hand on heart, say that the Rose Builders are, you know, certainly one of the very best that we have at building these size developments, from my personal experience. And they are a local company. It will hopefully have an impact on local jobs, and jobs change people's lives as well. So I would much rather this be built by a company of the stature of Rose Builders than a multinational company that are drafted in people from all over. I'm glad to see that it is a local company. So for me, that's a positive. Yeah, I have concerns, but there's very little else I can actually do at this point. I'll give way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Mr. Diver.
Thank you, Chairman. And just to follow up, just so we're absolutely clear, Councillor Harris, I think the sentiment is understood in terms of what's been said about local house builder versus some other perhaps questionable products that we've seen. But please, let's just be absolutely clear. What we are granting is planning permission for the use of the land. I don't think it's something that will happen, but there is always the chance that sites can be sold on to different people to build. And I just want to separate the building company from the proposal that is before you, just so that there's no doubt about that. But I don't want to take the shine off of the positive comment, but I thought that clarification was just needed at that point.
Thank you for that. I think we need to go into a full debate about that now. No, that's all right. Thank you.
To recap, we have a proposal from Councillor Alexander to propose the recommendation plus the conditions as was confirmed by Mr. Pateman G. And you're happy with that, Councillor Alexander? Yes. Seconded by Councillor Everett, and you're happy with that as well? Okay, we'll go to the vote. Councillor Alexander, for or against?
For.
Councillor Everett?
For.
Councillor Harris?
For.
Councillor Sudra?
For.
Councillor White?
For.
Councillor Wiggins?
For.
And my vote is for. So that is approved. Thank you, members. We will have a quick 5-minute comfort break.
Thank you, everybody. It was a bit of a long 5 minutes, but we are back now with item 7. Item 7 is A3, application 22/01322/full, land south of Verity Gardens, Wheelie. And to present this application to us, Mrs. Alison Newland. Thank you, Alison.
I don't have my microphone on. So the application is for 3 dwellings, garages and the access across Verity Gardens. So as explained under the reserved matters, this application's had to be split off into a full planning application because the outline permission granted access to the site but didn't include the cul-de-sac of Verity Gardens. Hopefully you can see my pointer now. I've worked out how to change it. So you can see the cul-de-sac there, which is within the red line here, but it wasn't within the red line of the outline application. So the reserved matters can't take access across that land. So these 3 have been split off into the full planning application. It's referred to committee as requested by members in granting the outline planning permission, and it's also been called in by Councillor Harris in light of the Wheelie Parish Council comments in relation to the unsuitable access, including for emergency vehicles, and it being too close to the existing dwellings, resulting in harm to privacy. So this site lies within the settlement development boundary. It benefits from the outline planning permission for the large site to the south, and it's also part of the allocated mixed-use allocation under policy SAMU5, so the principle of development is accepted. The development is accessed through Barleyfield Drive here with the relatively recent development of 20 dwellings. This just shows you the phasing plan which was approved as part of the outline application, where you could see this area of the site was shown to be for residential development, and the market housing is this grey that you can see here fronting onto Verity Gardens. Here's the aerial photo. You will have seen that it's an open field, and the developers retained access of Verity Gardens, which is a private drive shown there in the red line. Here's the photos of the site. So the first property doesn't take access from Verity Gardens. There's 2 bungalows here which do, and this is the application site on the side here. The application site starts on this area of grass, so this is part of the site. These are just views across the field. That's the first bungalow, and the second bungalow at the end of Verity Gardens. So here's the layout plan. The proposal is for 2 2-bed bungalows here, which share a double garage, and 1 4-bedroom house here, which has its own double garage plus 2 spaces on the drive. There's also an existing visitor parking bay here, which was approved and is retained under conditions from the development of 20 dwellings at Barleyfields Drive. So that's on this on the private drive there. So this would be a private drive serving the maximum of 5 dwellings, which is allowed. As I said, this property accesses off Barleyfields Drive, but then these 5 would access from the private drive. The plans have been amended, so the parking has been set back 2.5 metres here, and the driveways have been splayed to improve the manoeuvrability in and out of the parking areas in response to neighbour concerns. The bungalows have also been set back 1.2 metres, so there is an 11-metre separation at this closest point here, and it's around 12.4 metres separation here. This shows you the design of the house at the front of the site, and this shows how it will be developed in relation to the reserved matters that we've just considered. This plot is part of the reserved matters. So the design and materials reflect the areas used on the wider site. You've got red brick, dark red plain tile to the roof, and this is a prominent corner plot, so you'll see permitted development rights are recommended to be removed in the front garden areas so that we can control fences to create an attractive entrance into the site. This is the floor plans for the house and the garage. As I said, the bungalows share a double garage, and this is the bungalow design, which reflects one of the house types on the larger site. And this just shows you the soft landscaping. As I said, you've got that wide open frontage for the corner plot that's on the mini roundabout from the reserved matters site, so it's a very prominent site there. If I could draw your attention to paragraph 6.34 of the report. The occupants of the end bungalow in Verity Gardens are severely disabled, and all planning decisions must have due regard to the impact on those with protected characteristics under the Equality Act. The local planning authority is mindful that development and the nature sought may have a different impact on such individuals as opposed to those without such characteristics, especially through construction as the environment changes and ongoing increased disturbance of increased domestic activity in the surrounding area. The planning balance is to consider the level of harm to amenity against the benefits and merits of the scheme, and in the finer balance it's considered that given the design of the scheme, the alternative uses of the site without the need for permission, existing public access, housing need and benefit, and noting the surrounding development, that a robust refusal on harm to amenity in this regard could not be defended. You'll note that the conditions in the report and the section 106 are a lot more onerous than for a standard proposal for 3 dwellings because of its links to the wider site and the allocation. So the section 106 is detailed within the recommendation. So it's got 4 provisions to link it back to the detailed section 106 from the outline planning permission that we just debated in the previous application to ensure that these dwellings will be bound by the requirements of that 106. No more than 280 dwellings could be constructed on the combined area of this site and the outline site to ensure that this application isn't in addition to the 280 approved at outline. They can't implement this permission, if granted, unless and until the outline permission has commenced, and to implement this permission, if granted, prior to occupation of 50 dwellings under the outline permission, so that these sites should come forward in the first 50 for amenity reasons. On the update sheet, you'll see there's additional comments from Wheely Parish Council and the Waste Manager, with offers of comments on the new issues raised. There's also a report update on paragraph 6.35, which is addressed by the construction management plan condition. So the recommendation is approval subject to the conditions and completion of that section 106. Thank you.
Thank you, Alison. Speakers, first of all, the agent, Mr. Will Vote again. Mr. Vote, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, Chair and members, thank you for allowing me to speak again, this time in support of a separate application for a house and 2 bungalows on Verity Gardens in Wheely. As the officer has kindly explained, the residential principle of the land is already established by the site's allocation in the local plan and the outline approval for 280 new homes. The layout of this smaller parcel was also approved 2 years ago in September 2021 and in a way confirmed by the Reserve Matters application we have just discussed. The Verity Gardens Drive is owned by the applicant and facilitates the delivery of 3 new homes. It would be the final piece of a wider jigsaw puzzle in meeting the council's requirements for homes. The scheme includes a nice house fronting onto the main road and 2 bungalows on the drive itself. We have deliberately orientated these new homes northwards onto Verity Gardens, following secure by design guidance from the police and good urban design practice. These homes will provide passive surveillance of this drive, helping to discourage crime. The orientation would also create an attractive completion of this drive with a positive character. The new homes would also have a pleasant south-facing back gardens. We listened to comments from local residents and moved the bungalows further back from the drive, exceeding standards set in the Essex Design Guide. The new homes will have an attractive front gardens and follow the high-quality design aesthetic of the homes built in recent years by Rose Builders next to the site. The scheme includes sufficient parking spaces, and Essex County Highways have raised no objection. I'd also add that the construction of the site can be conditioned to be built from the rear to minimise disruption to neighbours on Verity Gardens. In conclusion, the principle of residential development is established and the layout is already approved. The character will be pleasant with attractive design. There is sufficient parking and turning space, and highways have raised no objection. Therefore, I would politely ask the committee to support the planning officer's recommendation for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vote. We have a member of the public speaking against the application, Mr. Anthony Burrows. Mr. Burrows, if you'd like to take a seat, push the button in the middle. From the minute you push the button, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for letting me speak to the members of this committee. I'm the owner of number 1 Verity Gardens, but I'm speaking on behalf of numbers 1 and 3. At the outset, I would like you to remember that this is a standalone application and must be considered as such. Point 1. The position of these properties have only been shown in any detail by this application. The size, scale and position of the buildings within the plots have now become apparent. They were not shown on the detailed drawings back in 2019. On plot 2, the kitchen, dining and lounge windows, with one single window, is 11 metres directly in front of our bedroom windows and is slightly further from our other 2 bedrooms than the lounge. In all, 4 rooms are directly overlooked from both the bedroom and open plan. Kitchen, dining and lounge room, which would mean that to gain any privacy, we would have to have our blinds or curtains drawn for large parts of the day. No other plot on the entire development of 280 houses, taking the 2 developments, is closer than 15 metres. So what was said earlier is certainly not true. Point 2. In addition to the garage drive of plot 2 is directly in front of our bedroom window, and when trying to back out from that drive, the vehicle exhaust fumes will be less than 3 metres from our bedroom window and will entail very tight manoeuvring to exit and enter that drive. This was shown, or was marked out this morning, but I don't think any councillors actually looked at it. Any councillors. This must surely be against any planning regulations apart from the danger to health and the noise problems, and this has been overlooked in the current application. Point 3, when we bought our bungalow from Rose, we were told by the Rose representative, if and when, and it was a big if, we ever decide to build opposite us, there would be 3 bungalows. Not 2 bungalows and a 4-bedroom house. What they conveniently forgot to tell us was that they would be positioned only 11 metres away, window to window. Apparently there was no planning permit guidance about this, and only the rear window to window separation is considered appropriate. Had we known this, we would certainly not have proceeded with a sale. You alone have the power to stop this and ask Rose to reposition plots 2 and 3 to have their road access from the 277 application aspect, or better still, to leave that area as a landscaped green open space. I move on to number 3, and these are the points brought up by the owner of number 3.
Mr. Burrows, you've gone over your 3 minutes, so you wind up, please.
Yeah, these 2 boys who live there have no end of problems. I can't go through all of them with the time I'm given. But believe me, from autism to epilepsy, non-verbal, severe anxieties, and they have got extreme problems, and they were not aware that this would happen when they bought that property. No indications, point 5, no indications have been given by the builder regarding how they propose to minimise the noise pollution, light pollution, dirt and dust and general inconvenience of living next to a building site for many years. We've heard how long it might be, 10 years. And how they propose to allow
Mr. Burrows, you're over 4 minutes now. Can you wind up, please?
I'll wind up with one sentence. I strongly ask you to reject this application in its entirety, in order that ourselves and the owners of number 3 can enjoy what we were promised when we bought the properties. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Burrows. Our next speaker is from Wheely Parish Council, Councillor Christine Hamilton, the Chairman of the Parish Council. And you have 3 minutes.
Wheelie Parish Council feels very strongly that this application, as it stands, should be refused. It is clear that vehicles trying to access off-road parking or garages of these new proposed properties will have serious problems doing so, and any extra visitors will park along the road, which is currently less than 4 metres wide, making it even narrower. It is difficult to see how any motorists will be able to drive directly into and out of the garages on proposed plots 2 and 3 without using the turning circle outside number 1 Verity Gardens. That cannot be a sensible way to design access to a new build home. The house at the end of Verity Gardens number 3 has carers coming and going 24/7, and if a blue light vehicle is required, which has been the case, access to their property could be severely compromised, creating a possible life-threatening situation which is deplorable. It may also be the case, when visitor parking becomes an issue, which it will, that the lives of all the residents of Verity Gardens could be compromised if blue light vehicles cannot reach them in an emergency, and who would want that on their conscience? Apparently there is no minimum distance that needs to be maintained between facing properties, which is incredible. The close proximity of the front of the existing and new properties will compromise the privacy of all of those residents, which is unacceptable and unnecessary. It seems very strange that some other UK authorities have a minimum of around 21 or 22 metres between the main windows to maintain privacy. Can you please explain why tendering do not have a minimum distance between facing properties on this development, where bedrooms in one property are facing main living spaces in the property opposite? Common sense seems to have been abandoned, as Rose Builders are clearly shoehorning these 3 properties onto a piece of land plainly too small for them, and it's patently overdevelopment of the site, which is just greedy. I have a suggestion which may be acceptable to the residents, as it retains their privacy and accessibility, and Rose Builders come out as the good guys. That is to abandon the construction of the 2 new bungalows while retaining the house near the proposed roundabout, and that the land be given over to open green space, particularly as the only other green space in the whole estate will be down by the railway line, which is unusable because of flooding. You will have seen for yourselves during the site visit this morning the problems which will be created by this development as it stands. I don't know how else to persuade you that it should be refused or at least amended, except to say that if Rose Builders are granted planning permission, they should be ashamed of themselves by ruining people's lives to make money. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. I'll just ask the officer now if there are any points raised by the speakers that you would like to come back on, Alison.
No, thank you.
Okay. So questions to the officer from members. We'll start with Councillor Alexander and then go to Councillor Everett.
Thank you, Chair. I first would like to make it abundantly clear I don't have any problem with the design. I think it's really nice. It's unusually nice. It's a good thing. I think the area of concern is such a small application for what we're used to dealing with. But the thing I have the worry with, and I'm going to ask the officer for some help on this one, is that if we are, oh, you've got it right in front of you, that's perfect. If we look at this, could you tell me what the distance to, one is from the front of the properties to the actual wooden divider fence that's there at the moment? Chair, it's clear that it's important to say that I did actually ask these questions this morning and ask for this information to be given to us tonight.
I wasn't completely sure of which dimensions you were asking for, so I'll give you the ones that I've got here, and you can hopefully they'll be the ones that you were after. So the width of the drive, it's a bit misleading on this plan because the red line is on the inside of the line, so the site is actually on runs along the outside there. You can faintly see it in the background. So these are 3.8 metres wide. At the front of the site, for highway reasons, you have to have the first 6 metres of the site at 5.5 metres wide, which they do have, and then it kinks in here. And as I said, this is a visitor parking bay, which is control. I can show you the approved plans, which show it as a visitor parking bay here. So this is the approved plans from the application for the 20 dwellings at Verity Gardens, and you can see it's clearly a visitor parking bay on there. So in terms of dimensions, it's 3.8 metres wide here, the drive, and the same in this point. And at this point, if you're talking about separation between the properties, you've got 11.4 metres from the front of this plot to this front projection of plot number 1 Verity Gardens. Then you've got 12.4 metres from the front of this projection to number 3 Verity Gardens here.
While we were at site today, what we witnessed was the first thing is that vehicles had to be moved because a delivery truck, I think pick a food thing and they deliver the food to you. They came along and delivered, and everything stopped while they done that and drove back out. The second thing was a 4-track left, and it was quite a difficult job for these people to maneuver and 3-point turns and all kinds of things to get the vehicle from one end to the other and pointing in the right direction. Now, this is why I brought this up. I am concerned that there is not enough room contained in this to be able to host vehicles coming to and fro, especially in the dark or in bad conditions. Are you satisfied that there is, that's the first thing, that there is enough space within this for vehicle movement? And we were told, I don't know by whom, but some of the speakers, Chair, that there was no objection from the highways. Well, of course, this road is private, and from what I understand in past performance, not indicative anyway to the future, but they don't engage in private roads. The road is owned by that, which then swiftly brings me to my last point. If I ask you them all, it makes it easier for you to answer, doesn't it? Who actually owns that road? Whose responsibility is it to maintain that block road? Is the onus on the resident and the people who live there, or is it the onus of the builders? And is there a program of maintenance to ensure that these roads don't fall into disrepair?
So, as I said, this is a private drive, which can 5 properties are able to access as private drive, and this would be the maximum of 5. We have got comments from the Highway Authority, and they don't object to the proposal. The amendments made to push the parking back wasn't as a result of highway comments, it was as a result of public comments, so that's improved the manoeuvrability, but it does meet the criteria for the private drive. The Verity Gardens, the whole of this area and the turning area and the visitor parking bay is retained in the ownership of the developer. I understand that the current bungalows have it in their deeds that they have to maintain it. It is often a setup, but that's obviously a private situation.
But this is important, because this is going to make me go one way or the other. Are you saying that the road that we walked down today, the little block road, which is very pleasant, maintenance of that is to the residents of the people who live there in those bungalows, and what's going to happen when the new bungalows are built? Who's going to pay then if the residents, is it a shared payment? And how do you administer that? How do you police it?
That's a private matter from the landowner controls the developer, so that's why that's imposed on the deeds. It's not a planning matter.
I'm sorry, but you didn't answer the first part.
I would assume it would be the same requirement for the new properties as it is for the properties opposite, but again, that's outside of our control.
Okay.
Councillor Everett.
Thank you. At the site meeting this morning, we had a discussion about, and in fact this was covered in Mr. Burrows' comments as well, about what the indicative plan for the outline permission said about development on this area. And so I asked for the indicative plan to be produced here tonight. Have you got that, please?
So I showed you the indicative plan on the previous slide, on the previous presentation. I can pull that up from the presentation for the reserved matters, but again, there was no, that was purely indicative, but this is the approved layout and phasing plan from the discharge of condition 4 on the outline planning permission. So this shows properties fronting on right onto that boundary on Verity Garden, you can see there at the top.
So there wasn't anything more detailed than that?
No, that was to meet the requirements of condition 4 of the outline.
Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Chairman. Get too fast. Can you go back to the picture where you can see the actual photograph? Back. That one. No. Keep going. No. No. You were just on it. That's it. That one. That's it. Keep that. Okay. Right. It's a good picture, that, because this gives a clear indication of the other side. Oh, it did. It's gone. Right. I know that this is, and Mr. Burrows is absolutely right when he said this is a new application, this is a standalone application, and I know that there are, what you said about Section 106, I get that, but this is, in this committee, you're looking at this as a standalone application. But I do want to look and compare it to the other application as well. The boundary line where the other application, the red line basically, my understanding of the red line, you see where this fence is, that would be the red line and it would go all the way up. Is that right?
Not quite. It's I was just going to see if I've got a... So you can see the plan here. So the small bit of verge you can see in the photograph is just, it's where that site doesn't follow along that front boundary. So in the photograph, the new dwellings, this would be where their driveways start.
No, I know that, but what I'm saying is that under the old application, forget this application now, just for 1 second, under the 280 houses that was given outline permission in 2019, I would suggest that the red line was where that fence was, and that would go right along, yeah?
Yes, that's the confined to the site
okay.
there.
That's what I just want to establish. If, you know, when that was given outline permission, up to 280 houses, if they'd have gone and produced a drawing, it's quite possible, and they'd have kept that original line that they were given permission for. Therefore, what would the gap be between the house or the bungalow at the end and a possible, what's the minimum gap that could have been there if they'd have designed it without switching it around and putting the driveway as access? So there's no access, so presumably what they would have done, they would have landscaped it or put a fence panel there, there would have been a rear garden and then a bungalow there. What sort of gap would have been there then?
So the development area is exactly the same. The only change in this application before us now is that this part, the hard surface block paved part, is included. So both applications include all the green that you can see. So the reserved matters couldn't have gained access onto this because it wasn't included at outline, which is why we've got the full application. But they could have had properties that fronted this if they had access from within the site. So there will be nothing to stop a reserved matters being able to be submitted that fronted here but actually gained access from the rear. It'd be a bit of an unusual layout, but you could have a road that came through and then they would get rear access. Or you could have had rear fences and there would be access fronting a road that was further into the site.
Okay, I'm getting confused now because that's not what was said on the site visit earlier today. Was that fence was the line, and that had the design been put forward, and we were saying the indicative design, which Councillor Everett has already asked for and we've seen, it's very vague anyway, isn't it? But what I'm trying to establish is what would the minimum gaps be? And I was told this morning that the gap would be significantly greater than the 11.4 metres and the distance what it is now, because there would have been basically a fence there, a fence panel. I want to get some clarity, please.
So again, this is the plan that was approved for the 20 houses in Verity Gardens, and you can see this is the post and rail fence that the photo was taken at the end of the turning head, and then this is the block pave area as it's laid out now, and then that thin grass strip. So you can see the hash line is where the site that we're considering now starts.
I don't think I'm getting my point across here. You've just confirmed exactly what I've said. That dotted line there is a grass verge, and it's to the back end of the grass verge. So if they were going to build the other side of it, and that was just going to be a fence, you know, a 5 foot, 6 foot fence or whatever along there instead of the driveway, what would the minimum? I think the head of planning understands.
Just going to let Mr. Pateman G come in here at this point because he's been indicating to speak.
I think what we're dealing with is slightly speculative in respect of what might have been if you were to have the road on the other side within the larger development. If you had it the other way round, you'd obviously be facing with back gardens, because I would imagine that's the only way they would have done this, in order to have those back gardens. And so from wherever that fence line is to the back of the house, given the workings of the Essex Design Guide, you'd be looking at about 25 metres. That's the point I gather you're looking at. Ultimately, though, there's a reason why the 25 metres applies to back gardens, is because ultimately when you're dealing with a front garden, you're dealing with semi-public space or public space and the public realm in the context of design. So there is a difference in that context.
So that's the point I was trying to get to, is that had there been a back garden there and not a front driveway, it wouldn't be 11.4 metres, it would be 25 metres. And I don't think that we would be seeing the objections if that had been the case, in my humble opinion. But I think that the judgment that we have to decide is whether or not that gap is too close as it is. But I think it's useful information to know that had they not decided to change, then that gap would have been much greater. And I don't think that a lot of the problems that are being spoken about would have been discussed. In terms of something you've mentioned as well, you've mentioned a number of times that there's a space there. You're calling it a parking space. I've always seen it as a passing bay, and I think the residents would say it's a passing bay. Can you clarify whether that's a parking bay or a passing bay? Because if it's a parking bay, then how on earth are you going to get two vehicles in a very, very narrow strip of road in that area? It's difficult enough. We witnessed it this morning. Two vehicles. One was difficult to turn around, and the other delivery vehicle as well, completely blocked the road.
It is a visitor parking bay. It's not. There's no passing space. So this is the approved plan from the application for the development to the south, and it's clearly shown as a visitor parking bay, and there's conditions that require its provision and retained for that purpose. So if it was taken away, then we could potentially enforce against that.
No, I'm not suggesting for one moment that you take the space away. I'm saying that it's not a parking bay, it's a passing bay. Because if you get somebody parked there it's going to cause the residents down there all untold problems. And add that, if you're saying that it is a parking bay, you know, you've got these other properties there and they're using that as an access road. There are going to be times there when those residents have filled up their bays and a visitor comes and then they park there. And I can just see logistic problems there and traffic problems there if they block up. It's a very narrow road. One question, and then I'll give way. One question and I'll give way. Does this comply, do you think this complies to our policy SPL 3? Part A, design. Part B, practical requirements. Part C, impact and compatibility. Compatibility. Put my teeth in.
Can I pick up on that in a moment? I'll just pick up one last thing with regard to the car park. Start again. Visitor parking or the passing bay. Yes, it's been approved as a visitor parking point. This is a full application. If you think possibly that you need to address that as part of this application, we could actually deal with that potentially as a condition to require it to remain as a passing bay rather than a parking space. This permission overlaps because of the red line, so therefore it could supersede that point. I'm just giving it out there as an option. If it's the fundamental problem with the application that there may be a conflict in traffic, and that's the fear that members are having, there is actually a conditionable route to solve that, which you need to consider in your debate. Moving back on to the other issue, in terms of the policy requirements, the recommendation before you by officers is that it does comply with your policy. Obviously, though, as decision maker, what weight you apply in your debate is for you to determine.
I'll give way to my colleagues if there's any other questions, but I'll want to come back again, please. Nobody else? Oh, well, okay, I'll carry on then. Okay, I want to talk specifically about, well, actually, I want to ask a question first. The question is, and we were given an answer today, but I'd like it sort of in public forum. Why, and what is the sole reason why this application has come before us today? What is the reason for this sort of switch round and to use this road as an access rather than when there was already outlined permission for the 280? And, you know, the designer, I mean, was working with a design sheet like that, which is a blank piece of paper. And when you're given a blank piece of paper, you can design it however you want. So, you know, they could well have put 280 in that area, but they've decided to do this and create a very narrow driveway with close properties, etc. Is there a specific reason why?
We obviously have to determine each application that's submitted the applicant's choice, but I'll take you back to the approved layout plan, which did show this kind of layout as it did across the whole site. But obviously developers can choose to submit different types of application. It's a full application for this reason, because this access wasn't considered outlined. You haven't granted this access. So this is a fresh consideration for members of whether this access to the site is acceptable.
Thank you. I'll share what we were told. We were told that the designers thought that it was more aesthetically pleasing with the street scene, and therefore from that is more acceptable to residents. And I think you find that that's probably not the case.
I don't really want to wander into a debate on design too much, but ultimately, if you just reversed everything round and had the black fences against the neighbours, and of course they would be bordered fences up to 1.8 metres high, you are dealing with an issue called, inactive frontage, and that is actually something that is pushed against rather than active frontage, where you have frontages of houses to all the roads that may be available. It is a design opinion, though, so ultimately that is a matter of the eye of the beholder and ultimately the debate that you may have in terms of your decision on that layout.
Yes, Councillor Harris.
I'm happy to carry on if
there
no
is a-
one's
there
going
is a-
forward.
there is a list. There is a list now. I was happy to let you carry on. So, do you want to just give
I'm
way?
happy to carry on, or if
Yeah.
there is somebody else, they can
No, I've
jump
got
in.
Councillor Alexander and Councillor Everett waiting.
Right, I'll let them go first, but
Right, Councillor Everett was first.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Normally on most applications, we have a statement about ecology stating that Place Services have said that the information within the report is enough for you legally to carry on. Have we got such a thing on this application?
We have only on the reserved matters. You'll see the reference in the report to all the reports submitted under the reserved matters cover the whole site, including this site. They've been submitted for this application as well. We didn't specifically consult ecology because obviously they'd commented on the exact same reports for the reserved matters application, and because they're so closely linked, it's referred to in the report that the same provisions apply, and we've put more onerous conditions on this application because it's separate to the reserved matters to ensure that it has to meet the same requirements.
So I take that as a no, that we haven't got that assurance from Place Services that they have sufficient information within this for us to legally make a decision.
Not under this reference number, but they have assessed reports that cover this land under the other application. Those reports have been submitted for this application.
So in paragraph 6.26 of your report, it says, as protected species were found in the vicinity of the site, the principal concern is to make sure the development does not inadvertently harm any protected species during the construction process. So we haven't got an assurance to that.
Because we've got the assurances under the other application, it's basically a belt and braces approach to impose the condition on this application because it is a standalone application, and the reserved matters could never come forward. Obviously, we can't require that, so we have to put the provisions on this application as well in case it came forward on its own.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, this is a completely standalone application. It's got a full designation. So actually any other application is not really relevant to this, except maybe the outline permission. But this is, in its own right, a full application to this committee. It isn't a detail, it isn't anything else. So we should have that information in front of us. Otherwise, I suspect, and that's what Place Services always say, we confirm that you have enough information with which to make a decision, and they have not confirmed that on this.
Before I go to Mr. Pateman G, I've just been reminded by Mr. Ford that we've actually gone over the 9 o'clock time, and in accordance with our rules, I must now ask the members of the committee if you are okay to carry on. I'm sure you are. But do I have agreement on that we carry on? Okay. Thank you. So we'll go over to Mr. Pateman G now.
So Place Services are hired on our behalf to give us expert advice on ecology, but ultimately the decision of whether we accept that advice or whether we consider that we have sufficient information is our decision, not theirs. Whether or not we have complied with the duty or not is also our decision, not theirs. The point here we're getting confused over is what is reasonable in our debate and consideration. We've got a full application, yes, but material weight can and is given to the planning history of the site, and that includes very recent information in terms of the ecology side of things that is contained within the reserved matters and outline. They are material to this application in that context. We have to deal with this as a full application because that's what the application is that's made. You know, quite equally, the other way of doing it would be you put a reserved matters in for the 3 houses and you put a separate application just for the access alone. Instead, from a practical point of view, it makes more sense to put in just a full application to deal with the whole. and ultimately I am content with our position in that regard.
And I am not.
Councillor Alexander, and then Councillor White, and then Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Chair. Further to my original questioning on the layout, the ground and the ownership, with your answers I've managed to formulate a bit of a picture in my mind of what this is going to look like. And it's worthy to say that the ward I represent, there are areas identical to this, numerous areas within that ward that are not dissimilar to this layout. Maybe the properties have been staggered or to alleviate any crossing over of motor vehicles at that time. But the actual layouts are similar. However, I'd like to know, because it's very difficult to see from what you presented to us here. If I look at the right-hand side of that, this here, I look on the right-hand side of it, there's a property and a garage, property, garage, and a property with, obviously that's a garage at the back as well. What is the display coming from the garages? Is that going to be a pavement there, or is that going to be a continuous blocked road in tandem with the one across the other side?
These displays from each of the driveways, they've been added to make it easier to manoeuvre in response to the concerns from neighbours that properties would have trouble manoeuvring in that width of access. So they're off the private drive, they're within the confines of the site, so they'd be within each plot's own driveway. And they'd be hard surfaced as the parking areas are.
Excuse me, Chair. Let's try this in another way. This is open plan, which I'm very used to. Open plan, there's no pavements, there's nothing there. It's all in this block system. The whole area will be blocked, and access will be onto the road coming in, the small entrance. Could you just advise me on what the size of that entrance in will be at the finished article, please?
It'll meet the private drive dimension, so it's 5.5 metres wide here for the first 6 metres, and then it can reduce to any other width. In this case, it's 3.8 metres. That's a private drive requirement, so that basically people can pass at the access point.
I'm ever so sorry. I might be having a senior moment here. Did you say the entrance is 5.5 metres in?
5.5 metres wide here, yes.
And did I hear correctly that, in the opinion of council, that that's enough space for 2 vehicles to pass each other?
That's the specifications for a private drive, which this is. So maximum of 5 units can access off a private drive, which has to have that 5.5 metres at the access for the first 6 metres. That's all set out in the highways guidance.
But, Chair, if I may, but we're not just looking at a private drive, are we? We're looking at a small little housing estate with tiny little areas there. We've established that there's going to be a blocked road there, so that's going to be acceptable. I accept that fully. I'm used to that anyway. But 5.5 metres, I'm not sure that that's the correct distance. I'm sorry. 2 vehicles, I know jolly well my vehicle wouldn't pass another one of my size. And the vehicle we saw coming out today, a red four-track type vehicle, you would never get two of them to pass each other. I'm just concerned of this entrance here. Maybe I'm just overreacting.
Yeah, an old style parking space used to be 2.5 metres wide, but our adopted standards are 2.9 metres wide, the wider spaces that you often see in like the Asda, Clacton, the more generous spaces. So 2.5 used to be a parking space.
I'm so sorry, Chair, but I can't help it. It's this entrance. What about people walking? There's no pavements here. There's all open plan. What about Mrs. Earwig with her children coming to and fro, maybe taking a dog out or something, whatever. Gaining access there. Are you still saying that in Council's mind that this is acceptable, that distance?
Under the Highway Authority's criteria, a private drive doesn't have to have a public footpath because you'd expect the traffic to be travelling a lot slower. It's only accessing a maximum of 5 houses. So it's not a requirement.
Thank you, Councillor Alexander. Councillor White, then Councillor Harris, then Councillor Everett, and then we will go into the debate.
Thank you, Chairman. Start with two questions. Did I understand the officer correctly that the house was going to be served from what I will call the main road? It wasn't coming off this driveway at all. Is that correct? Because
Sorry, I missed the first part of your point. You're talking about plot 1. You thought this was...
Yes, if that's the house, yeah.
You were expecting this to be accessed off the roundabout?
Yeah. So I'm worried about the roundabout there, and I just wonder how it can get onto this area.
Yeah, so there isn't any access to the roundabout. The only access is here to the parking area.
Oh, it is. Right, okay. Right, that's the first point. Now, my next one is, could the bungalows be moved backwards in the back garden a bit more, because that would allow a turning bay or turning point or whatever you like to call it that is on the north side of the road. That would allow us to construct turning points on the south side of the road as well, if they were allowed to be moved back within their garden. It would give us more space, and to use this drawing, we'd be able to repeat these turning points then on the south if the properties were moved back further in their gardens. So it would give us more space that way. You already told us that they've been moved back once, I think. So my question is, could they be moved back, and that would create more space on the private drive, which I accept is what we're talking about.
Yeah, so this is a proposal before you, but obviously there's a lot of options in the way that site could be laid out, and it's for members to determine if they think this layout is acceptable, or if it's unacceptable, what an alternative may be.
Right, I gather we couldn't decide that on this tonight, and if we were minded to do it, we'd have to defer it to see whether a revision could come in to move them further back. So from what I'm hearing, that there are other queries that could be served if the item was deferred, to have a look at the possibility of creating a bit more space onto the private ride for turning. But I'll leave that one open at the present moment.
How can I add this? I'm trying to sort of help members along a little bit here. ultimately, in terms of space standards, highway standards, all the normal standards, it's tight, but it fits in standard terms. It may not be perfect in terms of amenity issues that you may wish to consider, but ultimately I do not wish to encourage a technical refusal to say something doesn't fit when we will just be proven that it does if we had to go to appeal on that basis. So I'm just mindful that members need to maybe consider wider design and amenity issues if that is perhaps what they're looking at, which might be a reason to say, is there more that can be done, and maybe a deferment would be the way to go in that respect. But to simply say that a car can't turn when we don't have the ability to argue that would be a concern from my point of view if I have to face an appeal and ultimately costs in respect of that appeal.
Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Chairman. I've got a question, and then I want to go into the debate if you don't mind. Quick question is there anywhere else on the existing site where the distances front to front are similar to that? So I'm looking at the front of the houses in the road there, and across the road, they look clearly a lot longer, a lot wider than the others. So I don't expect you to measure them, but can we just accept that there's nowhere on that site there where the face-to-face are that close together, 11 metres?
No, there isn't. Obviously, these are bungalows to bungalows, which is a different relationship to the others, but they are a lot more spacious as you go up the road, the houses fronting each other.
Yeah, okay. My view is that, and also to come back to the point that Councillor Alexander, I think, was trying to make, was, you know, it's simply too narrow, and the phrase "it fits, but it's a bit tight" is somewhat of an understatement. It was certainly extremely tight when we saw it today, and as somebody that works in the motor industry and has done for all my working career, you know, what we are all noticing now, and I can assure you that because I'm making changes to my workshops, etc., is that cars are getting wider. They're getting wider, they're getting longer, they're getting heavier, and that's because of hybrid and electric vehicles. So that tight fit as it is now is going to be almost impossible to pass by in the near distant future. I don't believe that this. I think the design of the actual bungalows, there's no doubt. I think there'll be high quality bungalows, and I think they'll be great. And I think that they're certainly the right houses. They just happen to be in the wrong place. And I disagree. I do not think that this complies with TDC's policy, SPL3, sustainable design. All new development should make a positive contribution to the quality of the local environment and protect or enhance local character. The following criteria must be met. We'll go to this point. The development relates well to its site and surroundings, particularly in relation to its siting, height, scale, massing, etc. I don't believe that it passes that test. B, practical requirements. New development must meet practical requirements. The following criteria must be met. Access to the site is practicable, and the highway network will, following any required mitigation, be able to safely accommodate the additional traffic. And I don't believe that that will. B, the design and layout of the development maintains and/or provides safe and convenient access for people with mobility impairments. Now, we've heard, and we saw that on the visit today, one of the young men that lives at the end property, which, you know, has some severe difficulties and disabilities there, and that must be taken into consideration as well in this instance. E, buildings and structures are designed and orientated to ensure adequate daylight, outlook and privacy for future and existing residents. And I don't believe that they do. We've heard that the kitchen of one is overlooking one of the bedrooms, like face to face, and I don't see that it meets that. C, impacts and compatibility, sorry. The new development should be compatible with surroundings uses and minimise any adverse environmental impacts. The development will not have a materially damaging impact on the privacy, daylight, or other amenities in local to the nearby properties. And again, I think it fails the privacy test. So I don't like this. I think it's too close. I don't think it fits in with all the other properties there and the design. I think it's too close. It's too narrow. If this was a backland development, we'd be saying that's a long and narrow driveway as well. And there are so many things that are wrong with this. And to pick up a phrase from the chair of the parish council, these are being shoehorned in, and even the head of planning admits that it's tight. I think it's unacceptable, and I am recommending refusal.
Councillor Everett.
Thank you. One final question for officers. ECC Highways, when they were consulted, said, "It is noted that the changes relate to the front-to-front distances between these two proposed bungalows and the existing bungalows opposite. This has now increased, and the changes have also allowed for greater manoeuvring space for cars accessing the proposed driveways." Were they privy to information that we didn't have? Because I can't see that.
When the application was originally submitted, the parking spaces were right against the block paved driveway, so they've been set back 2.5 metres. The highways are talking about that change that's improved the manoeuvrability into all the parking bays.
Thank you, I'll leave it there.
Are there any further questions from members for the officer before we go into debate? Councillor Harris.
Well, I think we're already in debate, but just to pick up on a point there, I read that the Essex Highways didn't actually visit the site, but they did a desktop survey. I wonder if you can just confirm that, please, because I think those of us who were on the site visit today, you know, it was pretty clear to all of us how narrow that site was and the issues that there were.
Yes, their consultation response confirms that their conclusions have been drawn from a desktop study with these observations. That's not uncommon for smaller sites, and they'll obviously, if development is approved, it will be in accordance with the plans that they've considered.
Any further questions? Councillor Harris, can you confirm the earlier, did you make a proposal or was it a recommendation of refusal?
The proposal is to reject this application under policy SPL 3.
That's a proposal?
Yep.
Councillor Everett?
And with the permission of the proposer, I would like to second that, but add in that we also have insufficient information for protected species.
Mr. Pateman-G?
When Councillor Harris was talking, he picked up on various parts of policy SPL 3, and I would actually possibly, I'll come back to that in a minute. So in terms of those issues, the one that I picked up mainly that I feel would be a risk to the council was actually the point about privacy and daylight. Ultimately, you're dealing with a publicly accessible road where the individual residents and visitors can walk up and down and look into the fronts of those properties. I would not feel, and I'm advising you as your advisor, I feel that would be a weak point of defence. However, I might suggest that if you are looking at the prevailing pattern and spacing of the surrounding area as the character of the area, then ultimately you may want to be considering it in the phrases of, by reason of the siting, layout, access, the development would be out of keeping with the prevailing space and pattern of development of the existing surrounding development, and it fails to enhance the character of the locality on that basis, which brings you back into the majority of that particular policy. There was, are you specifically concerned with any other amenity issues, or is it just purely layout and siting?
Layout, siting, access. I mean, in terms of privacy, I do take your point. However, if you look at the current situation with it, it's a cul-de-sac, it's a dead end. You're not going to get people going up and down there. There's nobody passing. If it would have been on the front, on the side, then I'd accept that. But here, you haven't. So this is a complete change. You've now got some, from where the proposed window for the kitchen is, looking into one of the bedrooms there. And I think that, one of the specific problems is with the very end bungalow with the two young men there. And I think that it leaves a vulnerability there with that wouldn't exist if those were not there. I think if it was reverted to the original plan with the back fence, no access there, and the distances there, the overlooking doesn't become a problem. I think that there is definitely a privacy issue here when you compare the two designs. But also, in terms of does it fit in with the character of the front of it? And I would say that it doesn't.
Did you want us to see if we can find a refusal based on what you've said to come back to you with?
I would always defer to your expertise, and normally, Mr. Payton-G, you can put the words into a very simplistic way that will make more sense than my ramblings of a madman. Thank you.
Yeah, on this occasion I am slightly struggling, and I need, if I'm honest, can I have 5 minutes, please, to just collect a professional opinion to give to your chair for consideration?
Well, I'm quite happy to have a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
If you like. Yep. Okay, we'll adjourn for 5 minutes then. And we'll come back in 5 minutes.
something that members may find acceptable as their proposal. I haven't initially put anything in respect of the insufficient information on the BATs, but that's a tag on we can add on if we needed to, although my position is that we don't need to, in my professional opinion. But in terms of the main bulk of the position of Councillor Harris, we read this out and see how it goes. So the proposed development, if approved by reasons of its siting, layout, access, would be out of keeping with the prevailing spacing and pattern of development of the existing surrounding area. The development fails to enhance the character of the locality. Furthermore, if approved, it would generate significant increase in noise levels and disturbance, including impact on privacy due to the construction process and subsequent occupation of the free dwellings. Therefore, by reasons of layout, siting, landscaping, scale of the development, this impact would directly affect the quality of life for the neighbouring residents in close proximity, with due regard given to the known persons with protected characteristics defined under the Equalities Act 2010, who rely on a quiet environment for their well-being and amenity. The proposal therefore is considered to be contrary to Local Plan Section 1, Policy SP6, in my suggestion to you, Part C, and Section 2, SPL3 as a whole, including Part C, and NPPF, which includes Section 8, Promoting Healthy and Safe Communities, as well as Section 12 of the NPPF, Achieving Well-Designed Places, and I would highlight paragraph 130F as well as part of that.
Chair, I think if you check the recording, that's exactly what I said. So, I accept that. Thank you.
So you're happy with that as the proposed reason for refusal? Councillor Everett, you're the seconder. Are you also in agreement?
I will accept that. Thank you.
Okay, so we shall now go to the vote on that. Councillor Alexander, it will be for or against refusal?
Sorry, Chair, did we have debate? I can't remember that taking place. I thought, you know, we had lots of questions and what have you, but I don't remember any debate. Did we have debate?
Yeah, he made some very good points.
If you wish to comment further, you may, but I have just started the vote process.
I do appreciate that, Chair, but I'm sorry, I urge caution on this. Although, according to Rossiter, and you can't argue with a better agency than that, we have a 1.94 metre wide average motor vehicle, which in fact falls within the 5.3 accepted distance. Whether we accept this or not, I think the argument, Chair, that the officer has put forward has been a sound argument, and it covered every essential part of where this goes outside of the highways. Had this have been a public road, it may have been looked at in an entirely different way. I can see where this is driving to, and I agree it. I would have preferred myself to have gone down the avenue where we asked, I don't like deferring, I hate that word, but that we asked the developer to just have a look at this and to see if they can improve the access to that, and that you've been told that that whether you look over someone's garden or what have you, it's not a material consideration. So I'm sorry, Chair, but I think that I'm really cautious against this.
Sorry, Chair. Is it possible for the head of planning to read out once again exactly the proposal so that Councillor Alexander can hear the reasons for what we're proposing for refusal? And it's not just about the actual width of the road there.
Chair, I'd like to point out that I still have enough intellect left in my old bones and brain to be able to listen to what an officer tells us and absorb and accept that. I don't need it read out again. I understood every word and can more likely repeat it back to you in part if that's the chairman's wish.
I did start the vote process, so we will go through the vote process. So the vote process, we're going to vote for or against refusal. Councillor Alexander.
Abstain.
Councillor Everett.
For.
Councillor Harris.
For refusal.
Councillor Sudra.
For.
Councillor White.
Sorry, Chairman, I'm like Councillor Alexander. I think I'll abstain on this one.
Councillor Wiggins. And I am voting against refusal. So that application is refused. Thank you, members. Agenda item 8 is the revised planning enforcement policy and harm risk assessment prioritisation scheme. Mr. Guyver.
Thank you very much, Chair. So the committee may recall that last year we brought a revised enforcement policy before the committee for approval. Planning enforcement is a planning committee function, and thereby the policy is for the planning committee to consider. The purpose of the policy is to set out the council's approach to dealing with enforcement complaints, both how it determines the level of harm and priority of those complaints, and sets out the actions and powers available to the council to take different forms of action. Alongside the planning enforcement policy is the harm risk assessment prioritisation scheme, which is the formula that officers will use on receipt of a complaint to help inform any decisions about next stages and to help them to assess what the harm is and what priority both is given to visiting a site to inspect it and also the action that arises from it. At the end of last year, a task and finish group was set up by the Resource and Services Overview and Scrutiny Committee to look at planning enforcement as a function of the council to identify whether there are any areas that could be improved. Several areas were identified, many of which have already put into action, including how the team is resourced and how the team provides its service to the public. There's also been a significant change in the number of live cases that the authority is dealing with, thanks to bringing new full-time staff into the team to be able to review our database of information. But one of the recommendations was to make specific changes to the planning enforcement policy and the associated harm risk assessment. They are shown in tracked changes on pages 128 and 129 in your report, so that you can see quite clearly the changes that were made. Principally, the main change is to provide more information to complainants on a rolling 21-day process, rather than just an initial contact and perhaps less contact thereafter. But alongside that, we're also looking at ways how we can provide more information online for people to access so they can keep up to date with any relevant action. The specific changes to the harm risk assessment, which straddle pages 128 and 129, are really designed to improve the functional use of that pro forma as a tool, and they are quite sensible adjustments endorsed by our new planning enforcement team leader, which make the process of assessing the harm of a development far clearer and far more useful. And with that, the full document as revised is contained as the appendices, Appendix 1 being the new enforcement policy, Appendix 2 being the associated harm risk assessment. The recommendation, Chairman, on page 123 is that the Planning Committee agrees to the adoption of the revised version of the Planning Enforcement Policy, that should say 2023, attached at Appendix 1, and the associated harm risk assessment prioritisation scheme attached at Appendix 2, and I'm more than happy to respond to any questions, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Guyver. Members? Councillor Everett.
Thank you. Within the points allocation, you've made quite a few changes, and I'm looking at section 4. Does the alleged breach cause a statutory or serious environmental issues such as noise, pollution, odour and flood risk? And you've got 4 issues: causes flood risk, noise, disturbance concerns, pollution, odour and light pollution as 2s, and others as 1, and no as 0. I would argue that there is a serious omission from there, which is about protected species, and there's specific law around that in terms of how one should be looking at protected species and trying to mitigate against such things. So I would argue that protected species, I would argue that protected species should be within that list and should be given an argument of 2. Do you have any comments, please?
Okay, we've just been conferring, Councillor. I think we understand the point made. I mean, it is within the gift of the Planning Committee if it wanted to make changes to this. My suggestion, rather than being so specific about protected species, would be to perhaps include a criteria along the lines of damage or harm to biodiversity, because ultimately the purpose of this tool is to determine whether there is a need to prioritise action. And I think if it were kept broadly in those terms, I would be comfortable to support that suggestion.
Fully accept that. Thank you. That's useful.
Councillor Harris.
Thank you. Is there anywhere here which would encompass possible change of use? Where a councillor or somebody identifies a possible change of use on a residential property, let's say, and they've turned it into an illegal business which is impacting on the local. Although it's got impacting residential amenity and things like that, but is there do we need anything in there specific about investigating possible change of use infringements?
Thank you, Councillor Harris. I think it's covered sufficiently within the policy that we would be looking at breaches of planning control in planning permission as much as change of use. So I believe it's covered in there.
Sorry, whereabouts in there? Sorry, can you just point it to me?
Oh, right. We can look for specific references, but essentially anything that requires planning permission can include change of use. The enforcement policy in general applies to both planning permission, change of use. I can try and find a specific reference to make sure that it's covered. But if it's not in there, we can make sure it is.
Just in respect of, this is a harm assessment, so it's the resulting harm from the breach of planning. So the breach of planning can be change of use that's unauthorised. It can be a breach of planning condition. So this sort of makeup should be around the resulting harm in order to assess the degree of potential for enforcement action, I suppose. I think the only exception to that is where you get point 11, where it says breach of planning condition. I think the point with members was that as a specific action that you're breaching a condition, so the condition was there in the first place to prevent harm, therefore they are directly going against that prevention, that would give it more emphasis that it needs to have a score. But beyond that, everything else is the result of harm that you're trying to assess.
Councillor Alexander.
Thank you, Chair. I have to admit that I've only skimmed through this. I've spent quite a beastly week this week working in the ward, mainly on enforcement issues with little or no end result. If I do have any inquiries and wish to speak, can I come back to you and to find the answers?
Thank you. Of course, if there are any concerns about planning enforcement issues, of course, we're on hand to be able to advise on those. If you're asking for specific changes to the policy, I prefer that to be dealt with by the committee tonight, but anything that arises, of course, please contact us and we'll see how we can help. In response to Councillor Harris, I had a quick look through. Page 145 of the agenda, in the centre of that page, there are a set of bullet points that give examples of what we consider to be breaches of planning control, and included within that is material change of use of a building without planning permission.
So I shall need a proposer and a seconder. Proposed Councillor Harris, seconded Councillor Alexander, and are we all in favour of accepting as per the recommendation?
Sorry, Chairman, sorry to interrupt. Is that including the additional reference to biodiversity that Councillor Everett raised?
Thank you, Mr. Ford. Yes, of course. Yes. So are we all in agreement? Thank you. Thank you. Right, so we're on to item 9, which is the future meetings of the committee commencement time. And I'm sure that you all saw the email from Mr. Ford, which explained the draft resolution of how we will do this if we are in agreement. Councillor Harris?
No, I didn't see the email, no.
So, sorry, could you repeat that?
I didn't see the email.
Okay.
It's also on tonight's update sheet, on page 1.
I was busy reading everything else, so I couldn't read that, a bit late.
The intention is to change the start of the meetings from 6 p.m. to 5 p.m. And if you have a look at the update sheet, and also it was explained in the email, the reason why we have the resolution for this evening, that the meetings of the Planning Committee due to be held on Tuesday the 24th of October at 6 p.m. and Tuesday the 21st of November at 6 p.m. be cancelled. And then the chairman of the Planning Committee be requested to exercise their delegated power under Council Procedure Rule 35.2, special meetings, to call special meetings of the Planning Committee to be held on the following dates: Tuesday the 24th of October, commencing at 5 p.m, Tuesday the 21st of November, commencing at 5 p.m. And full council will be requested to change the permanent commencement time of meetings of the Planning Committee from 6 p.m. to 5 p.m. Thank you, Councillor Everett. Do I have a seconder?
Are we allowed to debate this or what?
Go ahead.
Okay, well, my comments on this is I'm against this. As we've seen here tonight, you know, we had a packed audience here, and I think that allowing people to come to meetings like the members of the public is vitally, vitally important. And if it starts at 5, you know, many people that work will struggle to get here because they've got to leave, you know, work, you know, potentially take half a day holiday to come here, whereas most people finish at 5 and can get here for 6. I think that there would be much fewer or many fewer people here if it was to start at 5. And personally, that hour difference, you know, is not acceptable to me. I will vote against it. You know, in terms of will we receive complaints from members of the public, almost definitely not, I would say, because most people and residents don't think about planning meetings until it affects them, until you get an issue like tonight where it was very personal to them and they want to get there. And, you know, there are already many comments from people saying, oh, they can't get here for 6. If you change it to 5, you'll have fewer and fewer people. So I'm all believer in democratic process and giving access to everybody. So I will be against it.
Sorry, I'll say that again. Thank you, Councillor Harris. If it doesn't suit, we'll change it back. But for now, I'm in favour of changing it. So I'm happy to second Councillor Everett's proposal. So we'll go to the vote. Councillor Alexander, and this is for changing for the resolution that I just read out to you, which is in the agenda. So we change from 5 to 5 o'clock.
1 minute. 4.
Councillor Everett?
For.
Councillor Harris?
Against.
Councillor Sudra?
For.
Councillor White?
For.
Councillor Wiggins?
For.
And I am for. So that is carried. Thank you. The next meeting of the Planning Committee is on the 24th of October and will commence at 5 p.m. Thank you all very much, and special thank you to our officers this evening. Those who are hiding in the cupboard as well, helping with the live stream.